Well, it is 6 o'clock, and I hereby call to order the regular meeting of the Ojai Planning Commission for Wednesday, November 6, 2024. Sherry, roll call, please.
Chair Quilisi?
Here.
Vice Chair Trent?
Here.
Commissioner Murphy?
Here.
Commissioner Graham?
Here.
Commissioner
He's
Bennett
on the
just
way in the
arriving.
door.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Right on time.
So we have a quorum. And if you would all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Lucas, any reason to make any adjustments to the agenda?
No.
Very good. First up then is public communications, people who wish to speak on items not on the published agenda. I have one speaker card. Larry Steingold.
Larry Steingold, Ojai citizen, voter, taxpayer. Welcome back. Aren't you glad for the grand old opening you have here? The fact that we have a concert series coming up next year, new concert company, and a new theater, and a new hotel, and everything's going to be happening at once. Can planning and community development come up with some sort of place to put the buses and the traffic and the cars, because planning is part of future issues? So I would hope that the city and planning can work together to find a place to put all these people who are coming in at the same time.
Okay, thank you, Larry. Anyone else here present wish to speak on an item not on the agenda? Please come forward, sir. Give us your name and your thoughts.
Hello, my name is Casey Abbott. Live here at Ojai. There is currently a fire. It jumped from Somas over to Santa Paula across the river. It's coming toward us, and there might be high winds tonight. So just as a pre-preliminary item, maybe we would want to reset this meeting in case we do get evacuated during the meeting. Maybe set a time and date for that it's workable. Should that call come, if we can please, in an orderly fashion, leave back rows toward the door first, next row, nice and orderly, and proceed to your cars and wait for your entire party to get in your car and drive sanely somewhere, okay? Thank you.
Thank you for the advice. I've been watching the fire news, and it has said to me that there are large pieces of the city of Camarillo that have been evacuated, but the winds are from the northeast or east-northeast, and they're kind of blowing maybe toward the Camarillo airport or toward the Oxnard airport. I haven't heard of anything in this area. Has anyone else?
No. Look, meeting's still on.
Yeah, okay. All right. Excuse me. Any other public communications? Sherry, do we have anybody raised hands out there?
Ellen Sharaga?
Okay, Ellen, come on up.
Hi. Yes, I am here. Hello?
Please go ahead. We hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wanted to, well, my name is Ellen Sharaga, and I live at 509 South Ventura Street. I moved to Ojai with my family over a year ago from Ventura because we wanted a peaceful, tranquil environment. I have family members particularly sensitive to noise, so Ojai seemed like a great fit for us. And we've been hard at work renovating, improving our property, putting in our time, our effort, our finances. But suddenly,
ma'am, are you talking about the cabin village?
I am. Yes.
Okay, that is item 2.
3 minutes for that.
Yes. Well, we should do those 3 minutes later because we're not up to that agenda item yet.
Oh,
So if you
okay.
could- if you could hold on.
I was told I was supposed to
Yeah.
raise my hand, so that's what I did.
Yes, yes, and thank you for doing that. We'll come back to you later. We typically take all the people here present in the room, then we'll take the ones from Radio Land, Television Land, whatever. Okay, so hold on, we'll get back to you. Thank you, ma'am. All right, we have a consent item, the minutes of the previous Planning Commission meeting, October 2nd. Are there any corrections that any commissioners wish to make?
No.
Then a motion for approval would be in order.
I move that we accept the minutes as presented.
Second.
I second
by
that.
Graham. Okay, very good. Any discussion? Sherry, let's have a roll call on item 1, please.
Bennett,
Yes.
Trent,
Yes.
Graham,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Quillisi.
Yes. Thank you all. And now disclosure of site visits and ex parte contacts. Let's start with Mr. Graham.
Thank you. Yeah, on Tuesday of this week, I met with Leanna McNeely and Ruth Miller to talk about the Cabin Village development, and I walked through the tent encampment here earlier today.
Yeah.
Test. There we go.
Okay.
On Tuesday, I met with Leanna McNeely and Ruth Miller about the Cabin Village proposal and walked through the tent encampment earlier tonight before the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Murphy?
I have had no contacts. I have visited the sites.
Okay. I have driven by both sides of the site, but I have not walked it. I didn't ask permission from the Public Works Department for that. I have had several ex parte contacts. First, I spoke with the Casitas Water District Chief Engineer about the Cabin Village, just to find out what are they doing, who have they spoken with, and what do they think about allocations of water and that sort of thing. Second, I had an email from Alex Mooney. We have a card here, so we'll hear from him again. He said there is a rumor that the Cabin Village will take over the entire Public Works yard. And I said, that's not what's in the package, and to my knowledge, that's not the case. And finally, I got a call from a citizen this afternoon who suggested there may be a better location than this for the Cabin Village, namely along Gorham Road by the Mesa project. He claims, and I can't say whether it's so or not, he claims there's a 15-acre parcel out there that's available for $1.7 million. Sounds kind of low, but we will. It's a lot more space than is allowed and than is provided for in this project. So those are the contacts that I've had. John?
I've visited both sites, and I had one ex parte contact. Same thing. They let me know about a property off of Gorham Road that could be available. That was it.
Okay. Jamie?
I have visited one site, the tent village, and have driven by the other site, but not driven into it. Someone contacted me about the Gorham site. Somebody who actually was not interested in the issue, but just thought I should know about the existence of it. But I'm not sure it's in the city.
Oh, it's not.
No.
Gorham Road is
And-
well outside the city limits.
And so I said it's outside the city limits, and
Yeah.
I wasn't sure whether we were going to consider sites outside the city limits. So
Well, at
and
this
I didn't.
tonight
let
we're
it-
considering one site,
All right.
but whether we should consider others is a separate question, and I would put that to the community development director. What's in the scope of our discussion tonight? Is it simply this one site, or is it the project in general and the question of, is this the appropriate site?
Well, hold on. Are we on this item, or do we still need to go through minute actions? And
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
You're right. Yes. Let's wait. I'll hold that question then. Thank you. All right. So we've disclosed site visits and ex parte contacts. Next up is the discussion item number 2. And so that everyone who is here tonight understands, this is the way we're going to proceed tonight. First, staff will present the case so that we all have the same general level of understanding of what this project is. Then we will go through the speaker cards for people who wish to engage in public comment. Went away. Oh, there. That want to have public comment on this agenda item. Once that is finished, and you'll have 3 minutes each, once that is finished, then we will close the public, and we'll also take people that are online. Once that's finished, then we will close the public comment portion of this item, and the Planning Commission will ask more questions of staff, and we will discuss this and come to some sort of a common thought, we hope, though there are no decisions to be made tonight.
Correct. Common thought is what we're looking for here, not decisions.
Right. So staff is looking for feedback from all of you out there, and we'll be looking subsequently for feedback from the planning commissioners. Okay? So, item 2, Lucas, take it away.
Thank you, Chair Quillisi. Good evening, everybody that's in the audience tonight. My name is Lucas Seibert. I am the Community Development Director for the City of Ojai. I've been at this role for approximately 5 years. I wanted to do a quick introduction for everybody that's going to be speaking tonight, or individuals that will be answering questions as they come forward. Before we get into the PowerPoint presentation, which I see is up now. To my left is Brian Shermer. He is one of our planning aides here. He will be going through the PowerPoint presentation here in a moment. To my right is John Fox. He is legal counsel for the project itself. Because the city is the applicant for this project, we have brought on legal counsel to help us advise us on this project moving forward. Across the dais here is Taylor Anderson, who is representing the Planning Commission and giving them direction as well. And then you have Sherry Hobrook, who is usually in the back, but because we have the meeting here front-facing, she is front-facing with us here as well.
We're used to Sherry being the voice of God from somewhere.
Kind of like the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
And then then we also have Dignity Moves representatives who are here tonight, and they'll have an opportunity to speak during the PowerPoint presentation. First, I want to introduce Dylan Johnson, who is the architect for Dignity Moves, Maureen Boyer, who is also representative and architect for Dignity Moves. Thank you for standing real quickly. Jeff Gaddis for Dignity Moves, if you could stand, thank you. And then Joanne Price, who is really the person that founded and really kind of the person that created Dignity Moves, one of many from what I hear. So we have them here as well. They'll have an opportunity to speak during the PowerPoint. Obviously, you as a community have an opportunity to up and speak as well. I want to also identify a couple of pieces before we go into this PowerPoint presentation, which is going to be brief but also informative. First, this is the first of 2 meetings. Take a deep breath here. This is an opportunity for you as a community to come up and speak regarding this project, regarding this location, regarding this use, okay, at this location. There are no decisions that are being asked of the Planning Commission tonight. Instead, what we're looking for is taking that information, compiling it down, boiling it down, and then responding to, if we're not able to respond to some of those questions that are brought up tonight, we will work to bring those responses back to a subsequent meeting. Now, I can't sit here and tell you when that subsequent meeting will be, but I can tell you that it won't be that far out. Maybe a month out, maybe 45 days out at the most. All right? We're looking to have a quick turnaround on this. All right. Also, I want us to focus on the project and the land use. And I know I've seen a lot of comments come in regarding the financial pieces. I want us as a body within the Planning Commission to focus on what the Planning Commission's roles are here, and that is land use. It is not the financial pieces. Those financial pieces will be ironed out when it goes to City Council. All right. That is really, this body has little to do and to say, and rightfully so, regarding the financial pieces. I appreciate the comments that have come in at this point, but those are earmarked for City Council to make those determinations. All right. So I wanted to just make sure that we're all on the same page here in terms of the comments that are coming in. All right, with that, if we can go to the next slide.
Maybe.
It was off. Okay, so from an overview standpoint, the developers, as a nonprofit, is Dignity Moves. They'll be speaking here in a moment. The project as it's being proposed is to relocate the existing encampment, which is at City Hall, referred to as Tent Town. It's within Kent Hall, city-owned, and then we're looking to relocate that to the city-owned Public Works Yard. The Public Works Yard is roughly 1.74 acres in size. That site that we're discussing tonight, which we'll have an aerial here in a moment, was determined by City Council in August of this year as the site to move forward with. The site itself, as being proposed, would include 30 single-story custom units, or really just units themselves. The units are being designed at this point, and we're thinking somewhere in the neighborhood of 160 square feet. The double units would be 320 square feet approximately. They'll include a full bath, bed, desk, dorm fridge. And they're going to be assembled in a design feature which the architect has identified as a Spanish hacienda row or block, where the units themselves, and we'll have an aerial or a visual for this as well, where the units themselves are all surrounded by a courtyard feature. So with that, I'll go to the next slide. And that includes Dignity Moves. So if I could have a representative, thank you, Joanne.
Good evening, Planning Commission, and good evening to the community. I am heartened to see so many people come out for this important project because it means the community cares. And so do we. I'm a co-founder and I'm Chief Real Estate Officer with Dignity Moves. And we started the organization, it was a startup out of Silicon Valley, when we saw the crisis unfolding on our streets during the pandemic. And we thought the suffering, which was huge and exploding, there had to be a better way. And so we became a catalyst. So we don't just build tiny cabin communities. We also work with Sacramento, we work with federal government to change policies, to bring people indoors. We focus on unsheltered homelessness. But homelessness is a very complex issue, and we focus on the very narrow portion which people live in and sheltered on the streets. And that's the easiest piece to solve, and it's also the most inhumane, and it's the most undignified for those living outside, as well as the communities witnessing this suffering on the streets. And so we bring people in where they can easily and readily receive the services, the care and the compassion in order to rebuild their lives. When people are on the streets, they're unable to build their lives. They're really focused on their safety, where I'm going to sleep, where I'm going to charge my phone, where I'm going to eat. Am I going to not be attacked tonight? So when we bring people in, we're giving them chance to reset, and we can effectively deliver services in a very cost-effective and dignified manner. By leaving people outside, it's twice as much. Contrary to what people might believe, the cost is twice as much to leave people in, and we have an opportunity here tonight to do the right thing with grant funding available to bring people in and really give them a chance of stability and to rebuild their lives and re-enter the community. So thank you for that opportunity. Thank you for your consideration.
And as Lucas mentioned previously, I'm Brian Shermer, planning aide at the City of Ojai, and I will be presenting the rest of this presentation. And I would also like to mention that Dignity Moves has a wealth of experience conducting projects like this. There's the successful projects to date. We have Santa Barbara, San Francisco, Alameda, Roanoke Park, Santa Maria, La Posada, and Grover Beach, and there's several others in development, as you can see, potentially Ojai as well. And so here we have the site location, and if you guys aren't familiar with it, well, there it is. Lo and behold, that is our city's active public works maintenance yard. It is about 4 blocks just south of Ojai Avenue. Walking distance from downtown Commerce, several amenities, groceries, very adjacent to the bike trail, Libby Park. So it's a very central, ideal location for a kind of project like this. And getting more into the site, here we have the site pictured right there to the right. That is taken from the north side of the parcel on a lovely Ojai morning. Yeah, currently it is just a storage yard for our public works department. They store raw materials, construction materials, maintenance vehicles, what have you. Currently there's no address assigned, but there will be. That is the APN number. It is currently zoned as public PL per our municipal code. Hopefully this is coming through okay. Okay, there we go. And in the general plan, it is also designated as public. Currently, the lot is 1.74 acres, but we fully intend on conducting a lot line adjustment, which would reduce the subject parcel to about just less than an acre, and which will condense the existing facilities to the north portion of the lot to accommodate public works. And the surrounding uses, and also along with the lot line adjustment application, which we are in the process of completing, we are also processing a design review permit application as well. And the surrounding uses to the north, where this picture was taken from, is a vacant parcel owned by the city. And just west is South Ventura Street, along with several single-family residences. Just south, there's another single-family residence, and east is the rest of the Public Works Maintenance Facility.
And if I could just jump in here, I know there was a comment that was asked of Chair Quillisi regarding whether or not there were other areas that would expand into the maintenance yard that's Public Works, being used by Public Works. This 1.74 acre lot is the only area where this is being considered. And on top of that, it's not the entire area, recognizing that Public Works still needs area in which to store materials, raw materials, and other resources, as Brian had mentioned. So it's not looking to expand or occupy or take over the entire site itself. The site is much larger than this 1.74 acre site.
Yeah, so we plan for the actual development to take up about half of the site, give or take, still to be determined. All right, and you may ask, how did we get here? Well, as you guys probably are familiar or have experienced, there's been for some time now quite a lot of economic instability in our state, and that has consequentially displaced many local residences, and they've been left to camp out in the wilderness behind City Hall or on our campus, on our property. And as a result, there is a code compliance case posed by one of the neighboring residences, which was the impetus for orchestrating some sort of coherent, organized encampment situation to be City Council's top priority. And so in September of 2023, Council allocated $200,000 to invest in that encampment facility, hiring a homeless services coordinator, initiating a partnership with the help of Ojai, who would both go forward and facilitate the construction of several 8 by 10 feet wilderness style canvas tents. Just picture where you'd see it like Boy Scout camp, right? And each on their own platform, equipped with their own storage. And so they also sought to secure state funding via the Emergency Response Fund program administered by the state. And so on the December 27th City Council meeting, Council directed the city to apply for that grant with the Kent Hall site in mind, with the help of Jennifer Harkey of Ventura County. And come April of 2024, specifically the 18th, it was announced that the city had received that grant funding of about $12.7 some odd million. Yay. Awesome. So that's why we're doing this. And that's why we decided to involve Dignity Moves, who, as you have found, have a wealth of experience in dealing with these kinds of projects. So come June 11th, Council directed us to go into contract with St. Francis Challenge to better manage the encampment, essentially upgrading the services already provided by our homeless service coordinator. They implemented a resident stewardship program to help build community and foster connection amongst the residents. And it was also directed that we would go forth and purchase the, at the time, the intended location of the site, 601 East Ojai Avenue, which is at the corner of Bald and Ojai. Unfortunately, the seller pulled out last minute. And so, per the request of City Manager Ben Harvey, the Ojai Valley Board of Realtors went forth and identified 4 additional site alternatives, one of them being the site that we landed on today. They're all listed right there. And it was determined by Council, after vetting extensively with the community and with each other, that this was the ideal location. And now here we are, all ideating and conceptualizing together at Planning Commission in the planning process. Yay. So excited. Okay. So now, speaking of, let's see what we've got so far. I mentioned before, the design is planned to be in Spanish hacienda style. Hacienda is Spanish for estate, so very, very large, lavish Spanish buildings. This design will be assembled in blocks and or rows. It will highlight the local design fabric, such as the cherished arcade plaza, the post office, what have you, the hotel, that's the El Robar Hotel. And one of the ideas that's been circulating is we are thinking of using all natural, locally sourced, reclaimed construction materials. And so we're really excited about that potential. There's an angle in CBC, it's been permitted before. So that is something that we are exploring. And that will demonstrate land stewardship. It'll generate minimal waste and as a result provide a very low carbon footprint. So that potential is very exciting. And so for your reference, here's some more examples of the hacienda style. That's the Santa Barbara Mission. And here's some others. And that our architect has so graciously provided us. Thank you, Dylan. All right, and so here are the three working test fit site plans that we have so far. And so let me just walk you through these. The first one that you see to your left, that's the only one-story alternative. It's, as mentioned before, going to be 30 units total, 2 double units, 28 single units, equipped with a courtyard in the middle for shared space and leisure and what have you. Landscaped with native trees, plants, potentially a garden. Just north of that will be the shared facilities such as laundry, food storage, as well as admin offices. And as far as parking goes in this, with this one in particular, it'll be just to the northeast, right where the access point is, and it's being depicted as having access through South Montgomery, which would be the most viable access option, and I'll get to that later. And as far as the other two design options go at this point, design concepts, those are 2-story, both with the same unit counts, the same shared facilities, just implemented a little differently. One of them is condensed in one building to the right, but that's pretty much the only difference. That one doesn't have a courtyard as well. And yeah, so those are the concepts we got so far, and this is just very preliminary, so we would love to hear your guys' feedback. It would be much appreciated come public comment. And I mentioned the access before, so these are the 3 potential access options. The first one from South Signal, there's already existing access there. However, it would pose great difficulty for this site in particular, as there's an extreme grade, and so severe measures would be necessary to accommodate ADA and whatnot. It would also interfere with existing public works facilities. As far as South Ventura Street goes, there is no current existing egress or ingress access point. A fully new one would have to be constructed. The only possible location is on the southwest corner of the lot, where the topography is somewhat manageable. And the most viable option would definitely be South Montgomery, as there already is an ingress and egress included, indicated where the arrows are. There's already a gate that accesses that southern portion of the site, which is where we intend to develop the project. So it's ideally set already. The only thing that would have to be accommodated would be the fire department's requirements, and we've been in communication with them. So
Hold on, before you go
Yeah.
any further, I just want to give some context to what you're looking at here. You're seeing a lot of lines and a flat image. Now, these lines give some context to what we're looking at here. When Brian's talking about a grade change or a significant grade change, you're seeing those lines get closer together. Each of those lines represents a 1-foot delineation. So when those lines get closer together, that typically means that there is a significant grade change. The closer they get together, the more severe or significant the grade change. You can see that, especially in the north half and the north 3/4 of these sites that you're seeing here, and along the western side as you go kind of south to north along, which is the road, Ventura Street on the west. And you don't necessarily see Montgomery so much, except for on the very right image itself. And there is some grade change as you enter along South Montgomery Street as well. You can see those lines as they kind of pinch together closer. So the other thing that I think is worth noting is those arrows are meant to show where the access points either are existing or could be. So South Ventura Street, there is no access along South Ventura Street. So if you're going to come up and ask that question whether or not it exists, it doesn't. That would be the most optimal location because it is the flattest location. Anything north of that already has too significant of a grade for it to be a reasonable point of access. Okay, so that's the reason why we're showing the only area along South Ventura which could potentially have an access point either for ingress or egress or for foot traffic, would be along that southwest portion.
Oh yeah, and I also wanted to mention potential pedestrian facilities would have to be constructed for the Ventura Street access as well. It's about 300 feet to the nearest existing sidewalk. And the same is true for South Montgomery. It's about to the nearest sidewalk, or at least to the bike trail, it's about 1,100 feet. You could also connect to the Libby Park paths, which would be about 300 so feet. So,
I also wanted to identify, when we're doing these kind of high level studies, what we're trying to understand is, from an access standpoint, what's the highest and best area in which to access a certain piece of property? In this case, yes, there's already existing access for South Ventura or South Signal Street and for South Montgomery. But when you start doing any sort of surface level research from an access standpoint, you start whittling away and almost immediately eliminate South Ventura or South Signal Street as an access point, as a reasonable access point to this site, for the simple reason of the grade change. In addition to that, the shared access for public works, that would be a significant issue. We're talking about a lot of different safety concerns that go on and the in and out that takes place with public works on a regular basis. The same thing is true with South Ventura Street. It becomes very, very tricky in which to identify a reasonable access point for South Ventura Street. While we're showing with that black arrow on the southwest portion of the property itself, the reality is that it's going to be a very difficult access point, because it's going to require us to punch through a very new and untested access point. All right. South Ventura or South Montgomery Street already exists. That's the site to the very far right-hand side. You're seeing those arrows as an access point. There is some grade change, but there's opportunity in talking with the fire department to address some of those issues. And I think from a grading standpoint, I think we can even, with an engineer on board, address some of those with some design features. So.
thank you, Lucas. Appreciate that. All right, so we'll check out. As far as accommodating services and utilities go, we have been in contact with Southern California Edison. We plan to have the structure or have the development be fully electric with undergrounded utilities from the existing poles on South Ventura. The connection estimate has not yet been determined. As far as water goes, we've been in contact with Casillas Municipal Water District. There will be running water in each unit, as well as the shared facilities. And the potential feasible connections would be also from South Ventura or South Montgomery. As far as sanitation goes, we've been in contact with Ojai Valley Sanitary District. This project falls in District 6. And we have yet to determine where the feasible connections would be, but we are working with them at the moment to discern that. Gas will not be involved with this project whatsoever, as the units will be all electric, so no fee is anticipated. And we also intend for this project to be completely solar ready, or have solar panels. Ideally, and those would be rooftop solar panels to zero out the energy expense. We would also provide a battery for backup energy storage and what have you for any excess energy generated. As far as fire and police go, as Lucas mentioned, and I mentioned, we've been in contact with the fire department. They're requiring sprinklers in each unit in each building. And we would have to accommodate the fire department's requirements for the access point that is chosen. And we've been in communication with them. And police, they're very supportive of this location, as it is super close to the existing police station, making it ideal for assuring that the site is as safe and secure for residents and neighbors as possible. So
Brian, can we go back to the previous slide? I just want to highlight a couple of the utilities: electric, water, and sanitation.
Yeah, of course. Oh, there we go.
All right, so let's use the slide to the image to the furthest to the right. If you're looking at the road that runs north and south, which is South Ventura Street, there's about 3 poles. All 3 of those poles would be included in the undergrounding component. So I think it's important to note there are no poles along that eastern side, which is Montgomery Street, but the poles then cross South Ventura Street, and it would be taken to the nearest pole on that south side. The same thing is true as the property ends on that northern side, we take it to the nearest pole there. So that entire stretch would be undergrounded. Now, is that going to be significant from a trenching standpoint? Yes and no. Looking at it, there's already a grade change in terms of what we're looking at. So there's going to be some impacts to those trees along that eastern edge or western edge of the site itself, eastern edge of South Ventura Street. We're in the very preliminary stages, and we've just started having conversations with Edison, but we're looking forward to seeing where those conversations go. You may be asking yourself, why would we underground this? Our code actually requires any new development to have those utilities to be undergrounded. So that's why we're looking at that early on right now. From a water and sanitation standpoint, South Montgomery Street is where the water lines underground along there are already existing, so we would more than likely be taking off of there. There's actually connections along South Ventura as an option as well. So we've got some options. Sanitation, we're still trying to get confirmation as to whether or not it's on both sides or just one versus the other. So we're waiting to hear back from them regarding that matter. So we're expecting to hear from them soon.
Thank you, Lucas. Appreciate that. And so that does it. Oh, yeah. And thus far, to prepare the site for development, we have conducted several technical studies. One of them being Phase 1, which is being conducted by Rincon. It essentially assesses the current and past uses of the site to see if there's any significant environmental issues that are posed with those uses. And adjacent to the site was the former sanitation plant, however, not on this site whatsoever. But still, we are doing our due diligence to assure that the site is conducive from an environmental standpoint. And along with that, we're providing a soils report, which is being conducted by Solid Soils and Geologic, to assess the quality of the soil. And during that process, we have our Chumash cultural monitor has been present, as there is very likely Chumash artifacts located underneath the site. And so we are in the process with the soils report as we speak. And a land survey has also been conducted, and it is and is right there for your reference on the right, conducted by Jeremy Henry. And that's what we've been looking at when we've been discussing access and looking at the concept designs and whatnot.
If I could just jump in here real quick, just a couple more points. You might be asking yourself also, why these studies versus others? Anytime that you're taking over property or looking at developing property, these are the 101 pieces that you would do. A phase 1 site assessment. If something comes back that's questionable, you end up doing a phase 2 to do a deeper dive to address any of the dirty pieces that are being uncovered. The same thing is true with either a soils report or a geotechnical report. Basically the same thing. The soils report, the reason why we leaned into the soils report is because it goes deeper for physical reasons, but also for just technical reasons. It's analyzing the soil not at the surface, but subsurface. They're doing test digs to ensure that there isn't any sort of subsurface issues. And obviously knowing that there was a potentially significant issue with the use to the east years back, there could very well be subsurface soil contamination. That's why we're doing the soils report. We don't anticipate it, but we still have to run these studies. Just as if you were purchasing the property, we already own it. We're doing this as a test especially knowing that we're looking at putting residential there. So land survey, that's 101 stuff. You always want to make sure you know your lot, your edges of your property.
Yep. And so that does it for our technical studies. And as far as the recommendation goes, as we've discussed, no decision is being made tonight. We're simply asking for you all to receive the information being provided to you in the presentation, and provide feedback, as well as open the matter for public comments, which we will do next. So thank you all very much, and here's some inspiration for what may be waiting for you at home tonight. So, yes. Just a little bit of motivation, a little incentive.
Okay.
They're lentils.
Then we will move to public communications, or public comment, excuse me, on item 2. And first up, we have a celebrity among us tonight, our County Supervisor, District 1, Matt Levere. You're up, sir.
And while we're waiting, I just want to acknowledge, we understand that this is a very important issue to the community. We want to be able to hear everything that all of you have to say. So we ask that you respect the people who are speaking at the podium. We're not clapping, we're not making jeers or interrupting the things that they're saying. Everybody gets their 3 minutes, and then the commission can respond as appropriate. So thank you for your patience, and we look forward to hearing from you.
And someone just put a card in the box and didn't put their name on it, so you won't be called up. Did somebody just drop a card in the box?
All right. Thank you. Well, good evening, Chair Quillisi and commissioners. Sorry to disappoint you. I know you typically get Donald Glover at your meetings, so I'm not much of a celebrity. But I don't have any prepared remarks. I just wanted to be here because several weeks ago we had an all hands on deck meeting. City Manager Harvey and his leadership team, Mayor Sticks, myself, several members of the county leadership team, as well as several mental health professionals practicing here in the Valley. And really the purpose of that discussion was to identify ways in which the county can better support the city's efforts to provide care and services to its homeless residents. And, as the county, we don't develop housing. That's what we have groups like Dignity for. But the county does have a critical role to play when it comes to providing really important services to the residents. And the county wants to be a true valued partner with the city. We support the city's efforts. And moving forward, both at the tent city and at Cabin Village, we have a role to play. And we want to really narrow down what that role is and to support the city. And so I'm really here primarily as a resource. If you have questions about what role the county might play in this overall design, or I know it's land use, so this isn't a behavioral health discussion, but the county is going to have a role, and I just wanted to make sure I was here as a resource if you have questions about what that role may be. So thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I understand from previous discussions with staff that there were also, our jurisdiction here is land use, zoning, planning, that sort of thing within the city limits of Ojai. But I understand from previous conversations with staff that there were some sites outside the city that were considered at one point. And I'm wondering if the county is still in a position to help with that if it comes up.
Chair Colas, if I could just answer that.
Yeah.
I don't know that we necessarily need Matt to speak on that.
Sure.
The way in which this ERF grant works is it needs to be within the jurisdictional boundaries of the city. If it goes outside of that, the likelihood
somebody else's grant,
the likelihood of us losing that money is great.
Okay.
But I will
All
say
right.
this: we looked at several sites in working with the county that we were trying to do a test fit for. Several.
Okay. Very good. Next up is Alex Mooney, and on deck it says Jamie from OTT.
Hi, I'm Mr. Alex Mooney. And thank you for hearing me tonight. I don't have anything prepared. I'm not really good at this. This is not an area of expertise. I want to thank you all for what you're doing, and I want to say how much I love, love, love the idea of this project. I also want to say the last couple of years, I live right across the street from the city yard on South Signal. I've been there for 16 years and raised my son there. And the last couple of years have been really, really difficult. A lot of people have been coming into a lot of our yards. We haven't felt safe. I've had to install a ring light. I would say in the last few months, things have definitely improved, and I'm really, really grateful for that. And thank you for the efforts of the tent town and the oversight and all that kind of stuff. But I still feel really, really uncomfortable with having a village of 30 people plus services thrust upon me. It's a little bit, feels a lot like an arranged marriage where I don't really get a say in it. I'm really uncomfortable with that. I know a lot of my neighbors feel unsafe and uncomfortable. And I wanted to say I really, really wish we could get maybe perhaps a different grant and to use the property on Gorham, which is expansive. It's right next to Mesa. Services could be shared. There would also be room out there for safe sleeping. People who have vehicles, because as it is right now, this space doesn't have any room for cars. And trolleys could go out to Gorham, and I feel like there are other options and other grants that might be available. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Now let's try to restrain ourselves. I have in excess of 25 speakers coming, so we're going to be here a while. Sit back and relax. Next up is Jamie. And on deck, Leanna McNeely.
I'm also not real sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm Jamie Nelson, and I've been at Tent Town for a year now this month. And I've been living in Ojai since June of 1994. I have 2 daughters who went all through school here, from kindergarten to Nordhoff. And I love Ojai very much, and I love Tent Town. Ames is wonderful. We're very safe here. It's a very wonderful place. Thank you so much. I love Ojai. It's our home, and I have one daughter who still works here, and we're very thankful, very, very thankful for the Tent Town and Ames and all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We have Leanna McNeely, and then next up is Ruth Miller. There is a seat next to Council Member Rule here in the front row for whichever speaker is on deck. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Leanna McNeely. I live on South Blanche Street, about 150 feet from our Ojai Tent Town. I want to stress that the current residents of Ojai Tent Town, 2/3 of whom are over the age of 50, with an overlapping 2/3 who are disabled, are not a threat to the citizens of Ojai. Being homeless is not a crime, it is a circumstance, and being homeless does not infer criminality. The city administration has done a remarkable job mitigating the prior issues of noise, trespasses, and intimidation those of us who live close to the Kent Hall site once experienced. Months ago, the city evicted several pretty egregious offenders from the site. They do continue to be a nuisance, particularly to the people living on South Signal Street who continue to have issues with these free range unhoused. The current tent town is a different story. The implementation of the 24-hour security, the hiring of an on-site manager, Ames, has resulted in a dramatic decline in noise and no incidents of trespass or intimidation for those of us who live in very close proximity to the tents. Both the Kent Hall site and the Public Works yard are in my neighborhood, one a half block away, the other less than 2 blocks away. Many of my neighbors on South Ventura and South Signal Street I know are opposed to both locations. Realistically, the Cabin Village project is likely to be at one of these sites. It'll either land here or it will be in the Public Works site. I ask the commissioners to consider the following criteria when vetting the Public Works side. 1, best and highest use of land. We have a choice between a public park with plans to transform the 8 acres into a cultural and educational destination versus an underutilized maintenance yard. 2, direct impact to residents. Half a dozen homes on Crestview overlook the Kent Hall site, less than 100 feet away. On Blanche Street, a home sits about 30 feet away from the nearest tent. The Public Works yard does affect a couple of homes which overlook the site directly. I don't consider the people walking from their tents up Blanche Street and back to be a direct impact of the tent town. We've had them walking up and down for months, and there have been no incidences. The third thing to consider is the best use of the grant funds. The Kent Hall lot can accommodate only 20 cabins, which cannot be plumbed, requiring the $3.5 million retrofit of Kent Hall. The Public Works yard can accommodate 30 cabins, all with a toilet and sink. We have the reality we have. Neither of these sites is perfect. But I ask, do not let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up is Ruth Miller, and then Mike Barre. Is it Barre? Please go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Ruth Miller with the Unhoused Task Force. I recently requested a list of the Ojai Tent Town residents by age. Of the 34 residents, there are 6 in their 50s, there are 12 in their 60s, and there are 5 in their 70s. This means we have 23 people over the age of 50 living in Ojai Tent Town. Additionally, there are at least 25 that are disabled. Our unhoused neighbors have lived through one cold winter and some very hot summer days. 2 of the residents have died from cancer. They spent all but their last few days living without the comforts we who are more fortunate would want while dying. Our elderly renters are being forced out of their homes due to the homes selling and rising rents. AARP calls it the graying of America's homeless, an alarming trend. We are seeing it here in Ojai. We are seeing it literally outside this door. Miraculously, Ojai received a $12.7 million ERF grant from the state, which was written in cooperation with Ventura County Continuum of Care, a department of the county. This means the county endorsed Ojai as sincere in wanting to proceed with the development. What will happen to Ojai's reputation with both the county of Ventura and the state of California if Ojai chooses to drop the ball on the project? Ojai has found a suitable location, is partnering with a reputable nonprofit developer, Dignity Moves, and the city has a long-range financial sustainability plan, which is also in cooperation with the departments of the county of Ventura. Let us please approve the maintenance yard location and proceed in building what promises to be an appropriate, caring housing project for our most vulnerable. Additionally, I'd like to say, looking at the plans, since we know so many of our residents are elderly and disabled, I don't know that a 2-story plan would be particularly good for this particular population. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Mike, is it Barre? Barre. And then Larry Steingold.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Supervisor Olivier and Mayor Gilman. Thank you, and Council Member Rule. Thank you for your time. I'm a resident of Ojai, and you'd mentioned not to go to the cost of this, but what I'm going to talk about does reflect that, so I will bring it up. What I'm going to talk about is the grant itself. I don't think we should have probably pursued that. That's my opinion. I think this is better suited for the county. The resources the county brings to the table, what they have. I think that when this was applied for in April and we won this grant, it's not a lottery. There's a lot of strings and responsibilities that come with a grant like that. That's why you don't see cities applying for them. We're a very small city, less than 8,000 people to be taking on something like this with the resources. You mentioned the police department. I think if you would have went to the police department and asked them, if you had asked the sheriff, Freihoff, if you think this should have went to the county as opposed to the city, I think a chief of this city would say we don't have the resources, we really don't want it here. I think it's a well thought plan, but I think it needs to be in the county of Ventura, not in. I think Gorham could be a suitable place, not in this city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Larry Steingold, and on deck, Laura Reed.
Larry Steingold, rather than try to resell this, which I think some people have tried to do tonight, which I think stick on to real estate. It's a public works garage. I've done commercial real estate brokerage for about 40 years. You're going to be doing a phase 2 environmental. It's all one lot, from dripping oil, from hydraulic fluid to asphalt to whatever's on that lot is going to be a phase 2, which means drill wells, and you're going to find something because that's what it was. There cannot be not something there. Okay, it's a public works garage. So because it's all one lot, then there's going to be remediation. And then they won't be able to go there. And then the city will be on the hook for doing the remediation, because once you open the can of worms, it starts and it never ends. So that's one issue. The question is site work. I mean, this is a tremendous site work project. And unfortunately, because of the new ordinance has been put in, which will restart redirecting and moving water here and there, is that going to become a problem? And I'm talking about giving the earth legal rights. But more importantly, where is the public works going to go? I mean, they're using how much of the yard? They're going to have to go somewhere else. I'm not saying that this is not a decent project. The problem is the cost and what's going to be left. Where is it going to go? It may never end up here. So the idea, and how did it morph from a flat piece of dirt with sheds with no water to an apartment complex on a piece of, I mean, it just, where did it come from? Where's the money going and coming from? Because something's got to get reallocated here. And I realize not buying the land uses that $1.5 million or something for the site work, but the environmental is going to be a big deal. Okay, because that phase 1, it's going to be a phase 2. And will the city, do they have any estimate of what is there, or maybe they don't want to know? Quite honestly, I don't want to know. Okay, because when you start digging, it never ends. So anyway, please, this site, please have an alternative, a plan B. Okay, that's what I would have, because we need to solve this issue for the city residents. But if we're going to start taking them from the county should jump in. Maybe we need a bigger site in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Next, Laura Reed, is it? I'm sorry.
It's Riga.
Riga, okay. And on deck, Amy Brossier. I don't know, I'm having trouble reading it, but please go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Laura Riga, and I live at 360 Saddle Lane. I work for an organization that owns quite a bit of land in Ventura County, and I have direct experience with homelessness and people living on my organization's land. I understand this is a hard issue. This is difficult, and it's complex. It's not easy to figure out a solution. But I have 3 asks of you tonight. The first is that we address this issue with respect and dignity and compassion for the people who are involved. The second is that we clearly define the timeline and parameters of this project and the project funding so that we can really understand what the constraints that the project is under. And the third is that I ask that you transparently share a ranking matrix of the alternative locations, looking at a whole suite of considerations, such as distance to bus and trolley routes, grocery stores and other amenities, and other neighborhoods and the impacts that it would have on those other neighborhoods. This way, the public, this way the public can clearly understand the pros and cons and rationales of choosing a particular location and how these locations can best serve the population that we're trying to serve while minimizing the impacts to the neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'm sorry, I'm having a little trouble reading this. Is Andy, is it? Bressler. Aha. Okay.
Yes.
Well, we got the name out.
It's my old eyes.
My name's Andy Bressler. I live here in town. I've been a resident for 35 years. I live over on Longhorn Lane, and this project is right across from our development. And I just wanted to make a couple comments tonight regarding, one, the proposed location of the Cabin Village. It is in the midst of a residential neighborhood, so it affects residential neighbors. This type of facility doesn't really belong, I don't believe, in a residential neighborhood. Certainly not even if the city believes they need around-the-clock armed guards to protect the neighbors. It just doesn't seem to fit. It appears that the city of Ojai is pushing through a project before really properly addressing other options to this location, as well as the concerns of the city's tax-paying residents. And the other thing that concerns me is the city of Ojai is proposing to take on a responsibility for solving a problem that I think best resides with the county of Ventura, for a few reasons that just come to mind. The city of Ojai does not really have a budget that's set up for this kind of thing to necessarily fund and subsequently support a project like this into perpetuity without obtaining outside funding. The county seems like it would be better equipped to financially handle a project like this for the long term, and would certainly be able to obtain similar outside state funding as necessary. The city of Ojai has plenty of other local needs that our city council should be spending their time addressing with our limited budget funds. The county has professional human resource capabilities that can better understand and address the many issues that will arise when managing such a facility. The city of Ojai does not have that professional capability in-house. So I think it would be best for the city residents if the city of Ojai focused on working with the county of Ventura to address the homeless issue and then be able to get back to our many local issues that they're better equipped to address with our budget. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, let's try to restrain ourselves a bit. Next up, Sigrid Bressler.
Now you have my name right.
I could read it much easier.
There you go. Good evening. My name is Sigrid Bressler, and I live on Longhorn Lane in Persimmon Hill. I object to the present location that is being recommended. I think we need to find a solution for the homeless, but it is not to be done in such an aggressive manner and with such expedient behavior. I'm embarrassed as a citizen since 1989 with your decision process, which has been careless and not in the best interest of our Ojai citizens. We need more research and information to be shared with our Ojai citizens. I fear for my safety. How many times a month, and I don't have these answers, have the police been called to the existing tent city at City Hall for any kind of disturbance, for medical reasons, due to psychotic behavior, for drugs, for drinking, for any kind of abuse? Is there a report by the security guard for any unrest that takes place in the present tent city? Why is there a need for a 24-hour guard? There must be a good reason for that. That being said, how safe would you feel if your next door neighbor hired a 24-hour guard to protect them from you? Or could it be to protect you from them? We need answers. Why? That being said, how is the increased foot traffic from Montgomery Street and or Signal Street to be kept safe? As it stands, there are no sidewalks right now, and the cars just speed by like crazy. What? Now, the city would consider sidewalks for us. Citizens of Ojai, for many years, it was never a consideration. A couple years back, I was hit on Montgomery, right across from Lower Libby Tennis Court by a car. This is just another unsafe factor that I fear. Whatever you do, please do your homework with due diligence, means to perform the necessary research and care to make an informed decision or avoid harm. We want to avoid harm for the present and the future. Ojai City is a small city. We cannot carry this burden alone, not now or in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, next up is Bradley Smith, and after that, Jerry Becker.
Good evening. My name is Bradley Smith. I live on South Blanche Street. I'm one of the nearest neighbors, if not arguably, no, I'm not the nearest, but I'm one of the nearest neighbors to the current project on Kent, outside our door, our parking lot. I'm in favor of moving to the yard, the maintenance yard, for the reasons that were put forth by our planning department. I'm hearing people tonight discount everything that the city has done up until now. They have discounted everything the planning or the community development department has done. They're discounting everything that the city manager has done. And they've done a lot of work. And I know that because my wife is Leanna McNeely. And I live with her, and she is intimately involved with the process. Moving it there is best and highest use of the land, of the maintenance yard. Kent Hall is not highest and best use. And I think people agree with that. They just don't want it in their own backyard. I can tell you where we are on Blanche Street. I see people walking up and down the street all day long. We have never had an incident at our house. We've never had to call the police. No one has tried to break in. Nobody walks up our driveway. And yet you'll hear stories of people fearful that this may happen. I'm here to tell you, we haven't seen it. And we've been there since day one. Please seriously consider this and consider the Montgomery Street ingress and egress. It makes the most sense. Signal Street does not make sense for the security reason and for the ADA requirements. The same way with the Ventura Street, the South Ventura Street ingress and egress. It doesn't make sense there. Montgomery Street does. As far as transportation, the city owns the trolley. The trolley can be made to go there to pick people up. Please give some serious thought to moving the project to the maintenance yard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Jerry Becker. And up next, Chelsea Froelich.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for the project. I think it does deserve some applause. I know it was a lot of work. And I do support the idea of helping our unhoused. I mean, who wouldn't? Honestly, we're all human. All of our hearts are open here, and we all want to see these people that are unhoused right now have a better life. I do have some questions that I think the Planning Commission should consider and think about. One goes to transparency. I have been reading this and watching this along the way and reading the newspaper articles. And for some reason, it moved from transitional housing to where we were helping these people perhaps find their own housing outside of this development to permanent housing. To why do we have housing for single people instead of families as well? That bothers me quite a bit. 3, I just heard a whole bunch of issues that the city has discovered, and some of the other people spoke to this previously, so I'll try not to repeat. But we do have issues with this parcel or parcels that you're considering building upon. I personally would not want to risk living on a parcel like this. It sounds like it's an environmental nightmare in some senses of the word. Also, I beg to differ with the safety factor that was just spoken of. I've been here for 30 plus years. I do live on Longhorn Lane. I have lived on Cañada. I have also in my past, growing up, been in a position to be housing challenged. We'll call it that. So I do have a big heart for the situation here. I am concerned with the idea of putting this project smack dab in the middle of Ojai. I also am concerned, as Mr. Beret spoke of, I don't think we have the resources, and I think we're jumping into too big of a project for our little britches of Ojai. So I really beg you to reopen up looking at different parcels, considering working with the county, or even letting go of the ego with the city of Ojai and giving it to the county to run with, if that's possible. I just don't think that this has been well thought out, despite all the hard work and the plans and the drawings and so forth. I really urge you to reconsider other areas to look at. I don't think you've looked at all of the land that could possibly fit this.
Thank you, ma'am. Chelsea Froelich, and then next up, looks like Dulaney LaBar, okay? Sorry about that, Delaney.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for listening tonight. My name is Chelsea Froelich. I live at 518 South Ventura Street. I'm the direct neighbor to the public works lot, and my fence is shared with the city storage yard. I am here to strongly urge the city council to find a better location or reconsider accepting the grant and give it back for the county. Unless we can find a suitable location that does not burden any of the residents of Ojai, because I do not feel it is a fair burden for any of us to carry. We work very hard to have the home that we do. We pay thousands of tax dollars a year to be here. It is absolutely unreasonable for our city to decide this for us without properly notifying us, and it is very unfair for our neighborhood to be the only ones severely affected by this decision. We have already had multiple trespassing incidents on our property. Middle of the day, middle of the night, while my husband works for months out of town and I am home alone with our son. I had to call it in just before coming out here tonight, as there is a man passed out on Longhorn Lane. On more than one occasion, our son has voiced his concerns with the issue when he is outside of our home, playing with his friends. He does not feel safe in his own home, which is not okay with me as his mother, especially when his safety and ability to have freedom being a kid is one of the biggest reasons we moved into the house we did. There has been permanent vandalism on our home, trespassing and taunting our dogs through the fence, throwing trash and items over our fence for them to find and eat. We have put up with this and have felt unsafe at times as it stands now. I stress again, I do not want this burden put on any of the residents in Ojai. If this is accepted and built in our small town, it needs to be carefully thought out and planned somewhere where none of these issues will arise. There are plenty of places in the Bryant Circle area where it can be within easy access to town and all things needed for the community. And if another location cannot be agreed upon that actually makes sense, please do not accept and ruin what a lot of us have to work extremely hard for and sacrifice everything for to call our home. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Delaney Labar, and then Douglas Labar.
Good evening, Delaney Labar, 206 South Blanche. This was a tough one because, everybody, it's their home, and there are a lot of different feelings about it. But my feeling, because I live on Blanche, and I've gotten to know some of the homeless members of our community over the last few years. I used to walk my dog here every day, and when it was just 6 little tents around, and it's grown since then. The current situation is really untenable. I did a lot of research into Dignity Moves. I think we're darn lucky to get them, not to mention the state grant, which is one of the highest given in the state, as I understand it. So I think this is a gift that we need to find a way to accept and find a way to manifest. The public service, the public works lot, it's the lower portion that we're talking about here for the development. And really, that lot has been an underutilized junkyard for years. So I think that creating housing for our unhoused population is a much higher and better use for that land. I was really excited to see the drawings, the architectural drawings of the Spanish style. I think that makes a real big difference in terms of fitting in to our community. And if it were just out on an open plain, I could understand that the neighbors are upset about it. And I'm certainly not taking issue with people who've had problems in the past. However, this property will be fenced. It's already got like an oak forest and plants all the way around it. I mean, it's got a thick buffer and a street on each side. So really the only people who see it most of the time, yes, a few neighbors will. I grant you that, but it looks like they're going to do a really lovely job. It won't be a junkyard anymore. And Dignity has a really experienced track record with building tastefully designed projects throughout the state. And I think the fact that, we've got something like, I think, 34 people living in the camp now, to be able to have 30 units, we still wind up putting some people in hotels, and that to me is a real waste of city money. So I would really rather see that we have a process. And, people come and go. I mean, they won't necessarily always be there. Some people have died. Some people will transition to other homes, housing. So, it can stay the size it is and have impact. And I want to really remind people that, it's very easy if you don't know the people.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Douglas Labar, and after that, Daryl Ralston.
We here in Ojai have quite a variety of economic status. Recently, my wife and I traveled throughout New England to witness the fall colors. During our trip, we encountered the estate of Robert Lincoln, son of Abraham Lincoln. The estate was preserved and made available to the public, as that was the wish of the donor, Lincoln's granddaughter. There was a display that had a quote from Andrew Carnegie, The Gospel of Wealth, which seems appropriate to share on the discussion of how to deal with the least of us. It goes, "This, then, is held to be the duty of the man of wealth, first, to set an example of modest, unostentatious living, shunning display or extravagance, to provide moderately for the legitimate wants of those dependent upon him, and after doing so, to consider all surplus revenues which come to him simply as trust funds which he is called upon to administer, and strictly bound as a matter of duty to administer in the manner which, in his judgment, is best calculated to produce the most beneficial results for the community. I really support the cabin project on the Public Works site.
Thank you, sir. Daryl Ralston up and Trey Becker on deck. Oh. Okay, it is Troy. Yes, sorry.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, my name is Daryl Ralston, and I'm the current president of the Persimmon Hill Homeowners Association, and I represent 43 property owners. Excuse me. First of all, thank you for your dedication and participation as members of the commission. I know it's not an easy task. But most importantly, I urge the commission to use the strongest language possible to city leaders to reject the current location of Cabin Village on the Public Works site. The Cabin Village does not belong in a residential area. There's no need to rush this project to find the right location. And I feel if the project is forced on a residential community, it'll never be accepted. There's talk of a 24-hour armed security guard in order to keep order. Where else in Ojai do you have a 24-hour armed security guard in a residential area? None that I'm aware of. With the proposed access on Montgomery Street, pedestrian safety is worrisome. Creek Road traffic has increased incrementally, hugely in the recent times because of all the people coming in and out of Ojai to avoid Highway 33. Libby Park and the tennis courts, they're also close to the proposed Cabin Village site, where according to city documents at Cabin Village, they're going to be using it for counseling, substance abuse counseling, and mental health care. So when you add that to a 24-hour armed security guard situation, just ask any parent if they're comfortable with their children in the park area. So please recommend to city leaders to continue to look for a suitable location for Cabin Village that doesn't impact the residential property. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Troy Becker, and then next up, Casey Abbott.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Planning commissioners. I'm an ex-planning commissioner. Did about, 11 or 12 years. And I appreciate you all coming tonight. I know you don't get paid for this, and it's hard to listen to some of this stuff. I'm trying to figure out why all these projects come up over the last few years. It feels like you baked a cake and you forgot to invite us to the party. And I think a lot of the comments you hear tonight, they're not against the housing and providing housing. We want to do that. We want to take care of our own. But the process has been abominable. What the Planning Commission should do is be planning. And it's something I've expressed to our new mayor, that I don't think City Council has really given the edict to Planning Commission to plan. It's something that we spent a lot of time on the 12 years I was on planning. We had so many subcommittees. We did the lighting ordinance. I wrote with Katrina the housing element. By the way, we looked at every property in Ojai. I think we spent about a year on that. And guess what? This property wasn't even on that list. And there are a number of properties in Ojai that are suitable. Go look at the list. If I were on planning right now, I'd be very disappointed in my staff. And I would be dressing them down because you're way over your skis here. I agree with Larry. This is going to be a very expensive project where it is. And I think we would have done really well to give Dignity Moves a lot in Ojai where they don't have to experience the costs and the obstacles that they're going to have with this. This is a great project. It just doesn't belong in this spot. And to come in here and be a proponent of it as staff instead of giving the facts, which a lot of facts you obviously don't know. You got to give the challenges to this Planning Commission. You do have to go over costs. That's a critical part of this whole project. And when we were in planning, we had at least two contractors, maybe two landscape architects. I mean, we had a good body of people, and we did look at numbers. it's very important that you advise council of the challenges of projects like these. We need to turn this around. We need to spend more time notifying the community, getting them involved. It's just ridiculous. What you're hearing tonight is about process. It's not about wanting it. I would prefer we give Dignity Moves a lot that's easy to construct on, flat. Bryant's a great place. I don't know why that was taken off the table. Someone had self-interest, I think. And there was definitely some discussions done behind closed doors that shouldn't have been had. Those discussions should be in public, always. So I urge the Planning Commission to take a very, very close look at this and to get the information, I know a lot of which you have not gotten and you have not received.
Thank you, sir. Casey Abbott up, and next David Mendoza.
Good evening. A suggestion to, I think it was slide number 2, we showed the 3 different sites with ingress and egress arrows, with black arrows. And an idea occurred to me. It sounded like you're going to be doing underground work for electrical. Could actually have a tunnel underneath that road to make access where it was much safer on the other side. Probably cheaper than any kind of bridge, and I think you said it was the most favorable gradient. So that's in the southwest corner where it goes exits to Ventura Street. So just an idea, a tunnel. I was not aware personally how far along Dignity Moves has gone with the design aspects. Suggestion that I would have from my experience is that while Adobe Brick has been practical in the area for a long time, it's very slow and lots and lots of labor. There's a far better way of doing it. It's called Hyper Adobe. It's the fantastic son of a technique called Super Adobe, in which blue tarps are made into tubes and filled with Adobe, and you go round and round and round until you've got a building. 3 or 4 days later, you come and dig in holes for doors and windows. It can even be designed with a hyperbolic shape to build its own roof. So it's just a done deal. Hyper Adobe is even better. Instead of using tubes, they use a net made into a tube, and they add enough Portland cement that the layers bond together. People go behind it and level it with shovels or other objects, and then they stab them and pound them in with 3-foot-long pieces of rebar with a sharpened end. And it makes very, very stable, very, very permanent building. Insulated like you can't believe, so it saves lots of money on that. Lots of concerns were made by the NIMBY element of these public speakers about cost and so forth. The cost is covered with this $12.7 million grant. So can this town sustain it? Well, let's get rid of the grant and not do anything. You lost all that money. The neat thing about it is circular flow in the economy. It's going here locally. It's coming from the state, not the county. It's coming to Ojai, and it's being given a lot to contractors here in Ojai, lots of the work. And it gets spent here in Ojai, lots of it. So, something to think about. And thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you very much, sir. David Mendoza, and next up, Amy Mendoza.
Hi. My name is David Mendoza, and I want to thank you also for your time. I've spoken to the city council, city manager. I've written letters to my neighbors discussing the problems associated with this development. I didn't do that because in a vacuum. I did that because I am having problems where I live. I live on South Signal Street, adjacent to the bike trail. And for years, I've been having trouble with the homeless population working around that area. So have my neighbors. That's why I'm here speaking to you tonight. I have over 30 years experience in the fire service as a fire captain for the city of Ventura. I've tried to use that experience to educate city leaders on what the problems are, but no one seems to be listening. I'm here today to give you some concrete data. People mentioned it earlier. They didn't think I had some information, but I actually do. Some concrete data as to how this use, does it fit any residential area, not just ours, but any residential area, and to help you make your decision. Today I went to the Sheriff's Department down in Ventura. I asked for a records request. I asked for the last 3 years records on calls, service calls to this address. So the entire City Hall campus, area behind, area over here. And I was shocked at what I called. Again, these are just calls to this location, not all the calls we get in the rest of the city. By the way, calls for service by type, and here's my list. Here's what they gave me. Here's how many pages of calls they sent me. This address. And these are just the calls to this address, by the way. Calls for vandalism, suspicious activity, trespassing, public service, warrant service, keeping the peace, disturbing the peace, abandoned vehicles, noise disturbance, shots heard and fired twice, brandishing weapons, indecent exposure, illegal entry, battery, narcotics activity, and theft. Those are the calls that are called to your location here in the city. When I looked at the actual calls, 2022, this is before this all went in here and before the tents were here, we had 21 calls for service. Again, that's before the tent city. 21 calls, that's a lot for one location, right? My neighbors on my street, I talked to them. In the last 3 years, we've had 0 calls for service to any of our homes. 0. This city hall area had 21. 2023, after it went in, 75 calls for service. 2024, we're not even at the end of the year. 157 calls for service. And by the way, we also had 2 fires here. That's not on this list. These are just police calls. Okay, 157, almost at a time. The city is destroying the unique character of our neighborhood and disturbing our peace by their act of placing a homeless shelter, drug, alcohol, and mental health facility at City Hall, and now the proposed City Hall or the city yard site. This use is not congruent with our residential area. It's becoming untenable. I hope you guys can make the right decision, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Amy Mendoza and then Peter Pick.
My name is Amy Mendoza. I've lived in Ojai for 54 years, and 34 years of that were on South Signal Street. It looks like Ojai voted no on O, the Ojai Be a Good Neighbor measure. I'm asking you to be a good neighbor again and not put a permanent unhoused village at the end of my street. I've spoken in front of you before and explained how I do not feel safe. Problems that I have had with the unhoused population who are confirmed living in the encampment include people in my backyard, people entering neighbors' homes, being shouted at, cussed at, flipped off. I have witnessed an arrest for battery by a Tent Town resident against a couple walking on the bike trail. A few months ago, I gave a ride to a woman who walked up my driveway saying she was too scared to return to the inn via the bike trail because she was being screamed at by an unhoused person. Remember, when you have kicked residents out of your tent town, they just wind up in our neighborhood anyways. It is not comfortable to stand here and say this publicly again. I will tell you that most of my neighbors on Signal Street have had many issues, but do not feel comfortable standing here saying this. An elderly vet told me that he feels unsafe for the first time living here after 30 plus years. Please don't say my name, he asked. The fact that you have full-time security, this has been mentioned over, for the 30 plus residents of the encampment is indicative of what I am talking about. This is the part that's hardest for me to say because I love my neighbors. I get along with all my neighbors. It's very important for me to get along with my neighbors. But all of these issues underscore the fact that the strongest supporters currently, other than the strongest supporters are on Blanche Street, who live right next to the current tent town. It sounds like they're in support and they're the biggest proponents of moving it away from their house to the end of Signal Street. And if they haven't had issues with this, I am truly glad. I am truly glad for anyone that has not. Am I saying every person that lives here is a danger? Absolutely not. But if there's a sea of people here and one person is yelling and screaming at you before you walk home, who do you think you're going to remember and have a hard time with that day? So be a good neighbor and please come up with a better plan.
Thank you, ma'am. Peter Pick, and then Christina Crop, okay.
Good evening. My name is Peter Pick. I live on South Signal Street, and I'm neighbors with the previous 2 speakers. The city of Ojai has some of the strictest development standards that I've seen. One of these rules relates to the height of fences and walls. In the front of a home, the height of these structures is generally limited to 3 feet. The goal is to maintain a cohesive and an open community, and we love that. The neighbors here are concerned that the proposed cabin village will increase risk. Homeless advocates say that these concerns are unfounded and that unhoused people are no different from other members in the community. Yet the city is investing $500,000 a year to pay for a 24-hour security guard at the camp. Police and fire calls to our neighborhood are now primarily related to the unhoused. Expecting neighbors to simply ignore these facts is a real stretch. Dignity Moves has placed camps in many other communities. They typically go into commercial or industrial areas. These areas have security features that are missing from residential areas, such as tall fences, walls, gates, surveillance systems, security guards, and security lighting. Towns don't put these shelters in residential areas because the risk profile is not compatible with that of a residential neighborhood. We all agree that Ojai is a very special place. We go to great lengths to preserve the character of this town, its livable town center, and its neighborhood feel. Much of that work is done by this commission, which brings me back to my question about fences. If you permit this development, will you at the same time acknowledge the risk and provide neighbors with the ability to install safety measures, such as walls and gates tall enough to provide security? Will the city of Ojai provide financial support to each property owner so that they can pay for these security measures? This cabin village, if approved, will change our neighborhood. To think otherwise would be naive. The Planning Commission has always focused on protecting what we have here. This proposal does the opposite. It will degrade our neighborhood. It seems ridiculous to me to scrutinize homeowners over paint they can use on their home, light fixtures they can install, while indulging the city on a risk-fraught proposal that would permanently alter the center of our little town. Please reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Christina Kropp, and then Bill Miley.
Good evening, Commissioners. Christina Kropp of Luna and Glushon. We represent the Persimmon Hills Homeowners Association and the Libby Park Neighbors, an association of residents and property owners in the immediate neighborhood of the proposed cabin village. We submitted a letter to you earlier today, and I'm sorry if it was a little close to the hearing, but as you will see in there, or you've already seen, this project has been shrouded in secrecy by the Community Development Department, who until November 1st flatly refused to share information with either our office or the constituents regarding the details of this proposed project. And it's really unfortunate. It's not something I see all the time, and it's placed a lot of distrust in the community that I've heard from. I don't have time in my 3 minutes to sum up the entire letter. I'll highlight a couple issues. First, this use is not allowed in the PL zone. Residential uses are not permitted in this zone. This is not a public facility, and all types of public facilities are not permitted in this zone by the code, as stated by the Community Development Department. We attached to our letter a use list from the city's municipal code. This residential use, is not allowed. Staff further told you that this is a supportive housing project under state law. Again, this is incorrect. To qualify as a supportive housing project, it must be a use allowed by right where multifamily uses are permitted. This is in the government code, in the state law. Again, these circumstances do not exist here. Multifamily uses are not allowed in the PL zone. Similarly, this is not a use by right, which is defined in the government code as a use which does not trigger CEQA. We know this triggers CEQA. There are CEQA exemptions being proposed for you today. So we're asking this commission, what are you here to evaluate? What is the purpose of concept review if there is no legal path to permit this project? These questions have gone unanswered to our office, to the constituents, and must be pressed by you. And I know in my last 50 seconds, no one wants to hear about CEQA, but the two proposed CEQA exemptions before you are proposed without any evidence whatsoever Admittedly, in the staff report, none of the reports necessary to evaluate the impacts on traffic, noise, air, water quality have been completed. Staff doesn't even mention consultation with the city's Public Works Department, which you likely know has expressed concern and frustration at the lack of adequate required utilities at the subject location. Are we wasting our time here? Are we trying to fit a round peg into a square hole? What is the purpose of this design review? And we're hoping that you push the Community Development Department to provide those answers to you and to the constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Bill Miley, and then next up, Michael Francis Smith.
Hello. My family has lived here since 1968. Right now, I support the proposed public works site for the permanent site for the cabin village. A key factor is this. This communal home would be for unhoused folks whose history includes residency in the Ojai Valley. Let me repeat that. For unhoused folks whose history includes residency in the Ojai, they lived here. For ongoing funding, the tourist dollars, which make up almost half of this city's general fund, $6 to $7 million, should be sourced as tourism dynamics are involved in creating the scarcity of affordable housing. It's been that way for years. I understand demand for rentals still exceeds the supply, allowing prices to go up. I understand also Help of Ojai daily receives calls from people, quote, asking for help with housing, and specifically losing housing. The issue of permanent housing versus transitional, I recently learned, has to do with state law. Permanent housing for affordable means that there's no limit to how long you can live there. Transitional housing, according to state law, is 2 years. That's why we don't use transitional housing. There are a couple of technical issues. The key to a sustainable cabin village is casework services by Help of Ojai for each resident. Second, access to Montgomery Street and Help of Ojai needs a wide sidewalk all the way up to Montgomery, including the ability to have mobility vehicles. 2 stories needs an umbrella, an elevator. On the back counter, Ruth Miller and I prepared what we call an opportunity poster message. Has to do with the opportunities that all of us have and take during our lives. Many of the people, if not most of the people, in residency at the cabin village have few of those opportunities. We would like to recreate those for them. Our government law, the foundation of our government, is public health, public welfare, and public safety. It all comes into play here. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. Michael Francis Smith, and then next, Paul Woollett.
Thank you, Chair Quillisi and the council, the chairman present. My name is Michael Francis Smith. I am a local mental health professional. I have a private practice here in Ojai called Revolution Psychotherapy. I was contacted at the beginning of November. Is there something wrong with this microphone? It seems to keep going in and out.
It's compensating for the level of your voice.
I see. Okay, thank you. I was contacted by Whitney Nunez of Help of Ojai at the beginning of November to ask me to address access to mental health care services for the residents of Ojai Tent Town. So I want to make it really clear that I am new to this whole situation, and I have been doing a survey about all of the local and county organizations that are already on campus helping. I have had the privilege and honor of meeting Ames Weiss, who I believe is in the audience tonight. Ames is the resident counselor there the resident steward there on the premises, and I encourage everyone to please go look at stfrancischallenge.org to have a look at the hard work that she has done to establish community. Now, we have not talked about the importance or the reason that we are here at this gathering today. And that reason has to do with 35 very vulnerable human beings, residents of our city already. So any discussion about stopping this, I think would be extremely harmful to those residents. And I ask the commission, I ask city government, I ask the residents of Ojai to be mindful that we are talking about some of the most vulnerable people walking among us. And we have a responsibility to approach this issue with a great deal of care. I agree with the comments that have been made about the lack of transparency on the part of the city government. And I do encourage everyone to take a step back and communicate more clearly. If this building that we're talking about is going to be successful, the human aspect has to be considered in equal measure. I had a meeting with Help of Ojai today, and I was horrified to discover that there is no contract between the city of Ojai and Help of Ojai. I am not fully cognizant of all of these issues, but it would appear that the city government, without much thought, has said, oh, Help of Ojai will take care of it. Well, they're not funding, they're not kicking down any of the money that is necessary to support these things. So the public needs to know that Help of Ojai has been put in a very bad position. They're a wonderful local organization, and we need to support them. I realize we're here to talk about buildings. We're talking about buildings that have to do with people.
Thank you, sir. Paul, is it Wallet? And next is David Chapman.
Sorry to keep asking.
That's okay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Paul Wallet, and I am a resident steward at Ojai Tent Town. I am here today to express my heartfelt appreciation for the efforts being made by our city officials regarding the Ojai Tent Town. As someone who has been raised in Ojai, I have witnessed firsthand the dedication and care of our city that has always shown towards its residents and community projects. The proactive steps being taken to manage and enhance the Ojai Tent Town reflect our city's commitment to being responsible and responsive to the needs of our community. The landscape of our community initiatives is always evolving, and it's essential for us to adapt to these changes thoughtfully. The measures being discussed here tonight demonstrate our city's ability to embrace new opportunities while staying true to the values that make Ojai such a special place. I have faith that with the continued collaboration between our city leaders and community members, we can ensure that Ojai Tent Town thrives and serves as a model of excellence for other communities. Thank you for your dedication and hard work and allowing me the opportunity to speak tonight. Together, let's ensure Ojai remains a wonderful place to live, work, and thrive. Thank you.
Hello, I'm David Chapman.
David Chapman. And sorry, Dean Wigger next.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm David Chapman, and I live on South Blanche. I encourage you to vet and approve the maintenance yard as the site for the cabin village. This site is ideal to build the village. As you will see tonight, the village will only utilize a third of the maintenance yard. It will be surrounded by aesthetically pleasing fencing with a beautiful plan, as you've seen, and will, I believe, cause minimum impact to surrounding neighbours. As you've already heard, residents of the Ojai Tent Town are mostly senior citizens. Once the village is completed, it will provide our homeless with much improved living and care conditions currently not available in Tent Town.
there are fewer impacted residents that surround the new proposed site compared to the current 10 town. South Blanche and Crestview Drive are the most impacted by the current site. Although since St. Francis Challenge and the security have been on site, things have much improved, and I believe the current community that is there that will potentially move to the new site are not going to cause issues that we have heard about tonight. The site is under better control with security and Amy Weiss. I doubt there will be any of these issues, and as we've heard, the residents will be approved by help of Ojai before they move into the cabin village. In order to accept the new grant site location, it must be within the city limits. So I know the city has looked with the real estate organisation at a number of sites, and I believe that the terms of the grant require the site to be in the city of Ojai. One of the concerns of the local residents on the other side is that they fear that the disruption and property incursions and theft and the like will continue. We all know how powerful fear can be. The model that Dignity Moves will provide those less fortunate than ourselves with much improved housing. The biggest risk to our community is not from the current homeless, but from the freelance homeless individuals that do not qualify for the 10 town or the cabin village. Those
Good evening. I'm Dean Wigger. I actually live in Persimmon Hill, close by here. So
Dean
Wigger, yes.
Wigger, okay. And next up is Mike Donahue. Thank you.
So I apologize if this is going to be a little disjointed. The time that I was going to write a script for this, which so many people have eloquently provided, I actually spent tending to a homeless person in our neighborhood who was apparently in need of medical attention, and calling the services that needed to be took up that time. So I apologize if this is a little disjointed. I've taken the time to visit Ojai Tent Town. I think Ames is doing an amazing job at keeping it a very organized and well-run facility. I was under the assumption that that things could get wild there, and I think that it's not like within the confines, but as many people have pointed out here tonight, the people that are turned away from the village are the ones that maybe are the bad actors. And I would just like to point out that, yes, my opinion is a bit NIMBY, but there are many instances that many of my neighbors have had, including myself. We had somebody break into our house, and we woke up one morning with someone sleeping on our sofa. That's never a good feeling. This person was, very irate and aggressive. And I think other people have had many instances in our neighborhood as well. You've heard many of them tonight. So speaking to the specific site, I do believe that it has many challenges, as you guys have all heard tonight. With my experience in building, I've been 30 years in the building trades, and I think the grading and everything that is challenged with this site is going to be a big problem. And I would just urge you to look at other potential sites, which I think have been mentioned, and urge you also to engage the county to be a great partner for this. And I think if the city of Ojai needs the ego to be fed to say this is a city of Ojai project, I'm not sure that's a good idea. I think we should involve the county of Ventura with this as well. And I urge you to make a great decision. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike Donahue, and then Dave Patrick.
Thank you. Hey, Matt. How are you? Sherry, you're not just the voice of God, but you're also the glue that keeps this place together. This is an exciting night because you guys are learning a lot. You're hearing from a lot of different people, and it'll help your judgment. And I'm excited about that. I'm excited about your guys' work, too. You guys do some amazing work. I think almost everyone in this room wants a solution, wants to help. the unhoused and wants to help Tent City. So you're looking for common ground. The nice lady in the back is a great resident of the Tent City, and that's one of the points I want to make, is I hope that in the future, over the next 10 years, we'll have nothing but people like her. But you can't guarantee that. That's the tricky part. So I spend time, I've been in Ojai for 20 years. I spend time teaching leadership as a volunteer teacher at Nordhoff, now teaching at universities. I also spend time with the broken people, some people that you're really familiar with. I did a talk 2 weeks ago at a woman's prison. I want to ask you guys a couple questions and also add some fun facts. Do you know what it's like to withdraw from heroin, or ever seen somebody do that? Yeah. Or methamphetamines? It's intense, incredibly intense. I learned just a week ago that we're going to have a substance abuse treatment center at the facility. Wow, that was big news. I also learned we're going to have a mental health care center at the facility. This was in the letter that was sent from the city of Ojai. It's interesting. We kind of gets buried in there. You're going to be services there. So you're going to have difficult patients, difficult residents going through incredibly difficult times, broken people like the ladies that I met. Those 50 ladies in that room, I think 7/8 of them were homeless at one point. And they've been through some pain. Those are the people that we're trying to take care of. Trying to have all of that happen right next to a residential neighborhood is ridiculous. The good news is you're learning today from the constituents, from your fellow citizens, how difficult that is. There's 150, 160 residents in that Persimmon Hills neighborhood. My family, we have 5. We have 3 children. They walk right past there. Do you know that it's almost 75 to 100 feet from the driveway of Persimmon Hill to the driveway of this center? They are neighbors. They will be our neighbors. That 12-year-old girl that's going to her tennis lesson will be walking side to side with that person who just came out of the drug rehab center. I mean, it's going to be a fact. Why in the world would it be right there? You guys have the right and the judgment to make recommendations to City Council. It's in your proxy, in the Planning Commission.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Dave Patrick up, and then Andra Belknap.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dave Patrick. I live at 505 South Ventura Street here in Ojai, and have done so for just under the past 14 years. There are 6 people in my household, including my wife, 3 young children, and my father, who suffers from Alzheimer's dementia. The front door of our home faces the lower maintenance yard, the proposed site for the permanent supportive housing development. This follows over 2 years of the temporary homeless encampment being behind us in the ravine behind City Hall and near us in the parking lot here at Kent Hall. During that time, we have dealt with disturbing noise in the form of screaming, shouting expletives, and fighting, so much so that at times we could not have our windows open or allow our children to play in their own yard. I also have had one individual from the camp trespass onto my property, uninvited, by walking up my driveway into my garage that I had to coax out. I don't want to stand here and sound insensitive to our less fortunate citizens, but I took a step back recently and realized that I have witnessed visits from our local police department either to the current camp or down the street from it 1 to 2 times per week. This is simply my observation, and since I work in Orange County and travel back and forth there 5 days a week, it is not like I am traversing the streets of Ojai all day, every day. I then thought about how many times I've witnessed the police visiting my other neighbors on mine and surrounding blocks. That number is 0. I would consider 5 of the 6 members of my household, all except for myself, to be at-risk individuals. I've already seen a change in my neighborhood due to the increased presence of homeless individuals. Creating a permanent established residence for them, including the proposed wellness and outreach support included, will surely increase foot and vehicle traffic in the neighborhood. I'm not an environmental expert, but given that we just exited a multi-year drought that's sure to repeat sometime in the future, how can we confidently plan for 30 additional individuals drinking, washing, flushing, and laundering on this piece of property without evaluating that impact? I also question the scale of the project. If there are already 34 residents in the tent town, why plan for just 30 units? It's already undersized. Please reconsider the site for this project. The currently selected one is not acceptable to me, nor to many others we've heard from this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Andrew Belknap and then Raul Alvarado.
Hi, folks. My name is Andra Belknap. I'm a Ojai resident and a local journalist. I really just wanted to come up here and share some facts. I've been reporting on this issue for the past year, and I just wanted to share a few notes. One, I heard a lot about giving the money back or giving the money to the county. This is a grant that the city of Ojai applied for with the county of Ventura for the city of Ojai. So there's no giving the money to the county. It would go back to the state. I also want to note the city has to expend 50% of these dollars by June 2025. It's a 2-year grant. So I point that out because I don't think we're at a point in this where we could look at an alternate location. Third thing, I also want folks to be aware that there was recently a Supreme Court decision that came out that really impacted law enforcement's ability to respond to folks camping here on public property. So basically the city had previously had little to no power to evict folks from this camp, and then there were some challenging individuals around here. That is true. Since the law has changed and the city is no longer required to allow somebody to camp out here if they can't provide alternate shelter, the law enforcement has more of an ability to evict folks. The reason I'm mentioning this is because I've heard a lot of people say they're fearful about incidents that have occurred there. That is real. The legal landscape is different now. Yeah, that is it. I would just say I also would encourage folks to go to meet the folks who live in Tent Town. Spent the last year getting to know them, and they are just people.
Thank you, Andra. Raul Alvarado.
Hi, I'm Raul Alvarado. I'm a resident of Persimmon Hill on 561 Saddle Lane. I'm the former president of the Homeowners Association. I almost think that we're in the wrong meeting, and perhaps it's because of the lack of transparency in the city of Ojai. The homelessness problem is very complex. Sorry for my voice, and it has many layers and complexity. In October, the LA Times just published an article that the city of LA had budgeted $7 billion to deal with that, and now that budget is $21.7 billion. So, this is like having a discussion of the cart before the horse. We're discussing a location where I have yet to hear, and maybe it's because of lack of information, of what's the business model that's going to help us help with homelessness. And homelessness has many layers and complexities of mental health. It breaks my heart to see a lady like in the back was standing next to her before, that are dealing with this. But the homelessness is complex. You have to deal with mental health, poverty. I lived in LA and been involved as board president with nonprofits that work in areas like Watts and so forth, where you have poverty and mental health. And I myself founded an organization that deals with vicarious trauma. And what I'm missing from the whole city is what problem are we trying to solve? We're so focused on the millions of dollars that we're going to get, which could be a trap, because we have to look at the law. Are we going to be able to sustain the services that we're going to provide for these people? In addition to that, all this money that we're putting together is not helping the homeless is going towards construction, or at least most of it. We need to have a long-term plan. What's going to happen for the next 10 years? Where is that money going to come from? What is the business model? Who are we serving? What types professional mental health services or other services we're going to provide? To me, that's more important than any of this discussion that we're having here. This is, because we're discussing what kind of site we're going to have and so forth. It could be anywhere you want to put it. The location, from everything that I hear, It seems to be like the wrong location. But I think we have to have broader discussions, and I think the city council needs to be transparent, and we need to see as residents of Ojai a business model, how this is going to work for the next 10 to 15 years. Otherwise, we're going to fall into a trap, and it's going to be around our neck in terms of budget dollars for a long time, and it's something the city cannot afford to do.
Thank you, sir. Is there any other person here present who wishes to speak on this item? Seeing none. Oh,
I got one more.
Oh.
Amy Farrell Weiss.
I had a card. Hello, I'm Amy Fairweiss. I go by Ames. I'm the lead resident steward here through the St. Francis Challenge, which is the nonprofit that I founded and direct. And so when I hear the neighbors' complaints, oy vey, I understand, because I am a neighbor. I live in the Ojai tent town, but I was hired to come here by the city manager to manage this site and get it into a place where we had good neighbor agreements. There was structure, people were being held accountable, and there was also security. And so that when that man came up here, with the list of all of the complaints from 2024, there was pre-security and the resident steward model and the work that we've been doing. And then there's after, and that's something that we can look at. But we're not here to litigate this Ojai tent town and the cabin village as a program. Those are good questions, but the city council took that on already. The focus here today is the site. And so we're talking about the site development, and we were supposed to have a meeting today with the county and Oxnard, the city manager and I, about the services, because we feel the pain of not wanting to exit people to the street, but also creating a safe space for everyone. And so that's what we're working on, and we've done so much over the last 4 months that I've been here, and I've seen such a change, and I'm so proud of the people that I'm working with here. But there's a lot of work to do. And we should celebrate the city of Ojai for taking this on, so much gratitude, and to the state for giving us this money. And we have the opportunity to be a model. And you know why that meeting got canceled today? Because there was a fire. And do you know what this site can offer us? It's so exciting. And I think Andy Gilman, our new mayor-elect, most likely, right? He's on board with this. We talked about this. That it's exciting that this place will actually use cob and straw bale and this kind of approach that is fire resistant. And so this place that is serving the neighbors of Ojai, and make no mistake, aside from 3 people who have deep ties to Ventura County, everyone out here is an Ojai resident and neighbor from a long time. So these are your neighbors. There's this chance to actually build this amazing opportunity with fire resistance. So the people who are currently living off-grid here, not voluntarily, but by necessity, what if that actually became a crisis response approach for the whole county, for the whole state, about fire response and mental health response? We can do that, and this is about the site, remember. Good questions by
thank you, ma'am. Sherry, we have some hands raised now out there.
Ellen Shiraga, and then Jean Shiraga will be after her.
Okay.
Hi.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak and for being here. I do want to say that I'm strongly opposed to the location that's been proposed at the Public Works Yard. It's a great project, but it does not belong at this location because it is a residential area. And I do understand why the residents of Blanche Street who've come here in force want to move the project to that area because it's moved away from them, but let's move it to the right location. I moved here from Ventura with my family over a year ago seeking a peaceful, tranquil environment. Some of my family members are particularly sensitive to noise. So Ojai seemed perfect. And we've put a lot into improving this property, a lot of our work, our effort, our finances, which we've worked all our life for. Suddenly, we find out that there's very busy, noisy village, 30 people is moving in across the street, consisting of communal areas, a lot of needed support services like medical, mental health, substance abuse, employment services. But wow, that sounds very busy and very noisy. So suddenly, what we came here for is no longer going to exist, the tranquility, the small town feel. And I would like to ask each one of you, take a moment and really consider, would you be okay to have a noisy, very active communal arrangement across from you? I consider myself a very caring person. We can't have elderly people or anyone else living in the streets. It's our responsibility to help each other. But why can't we help without causing harm to other people at the same time? Why don't we take the time to find a location that won't harm the neighbors already living in the area? Or why not spread where the unhoused are housed using rent subsidies or a different solution? I really believe that the Ojai City Manager and the City Council did not make the effort. They were in a rush. They had a limited time to do this. But because of it, they're going to destroy the home values and the tranquility of a neighborhood. They looked for an easy way, and we deserve much better. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sherry, who's next?
Jean Shiraga.
Hi, my name's Gene.
Oops, sorry. Here we go. Unmute. He needs to he's muted. No, it's him that's muted himself.
Oh,
Muted?
Gene, can you
There
unmute
you go.
yourself, please?
Okay, let me start all
There
over.
we go.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, my name's Gene Shiraga. I reside at 509 South Ventura Street in Ojai. It's across the street from the proposed project. This has been a rushed and botched selection process for the Cabin Village site. The city manager and the city council failed to emulate the efforts of cities like Santa Barbara and Thousand Oaks, who found locations for their sites that did not destroy the property values of adjacent neighborhoods. They've also failed to abide with the zoning provisions of state law under the government code and the city's own ordinances. And as the attorney who spoke earlier, there's no basis for putting this. It's not zoned in the proper place. In addition, the city manager and the city council have not just a callous approach that disregards affecting and destroying property values, they're also insensitive to the unhoused people that they're trying to serve. They've selected a site that will be adjacent, separated only by a fence, but would be a more crowded, condensed public works maintenance yard with the attending noise, toxic waste, dust, and debris. Not good for self-esteem of the residents in the village. This is a site that insults their dignity, and it would only be yards away from this yard. Plus, there was a sewer water treatment plant in the yard, and I think in the location that this proposed village is going to actually be built, which contains toxic substances. And I think it's been pointed out how expensive this may be to remediate. Overall, the city manager and the city council have breached their fiduciary duties to their constituents by hastily trying to force a square peg into a circle. And I have a question. Why hasn't the city council and city manager selected a location such as the Bryant Circle area where the unhoused would have a more dignified and healthier location without destroying property values, the surrounding area? They've failed, city manager and the city council,
to provide public disclosure regarding any discussions about Bryan Circle that they've been involved in, which I believe is a violation of the Brown Act. So at this point, this is not the proper location. And the mistrust that's been created in the surrounding neighborhood by the lack of transparency is pretty clear. A better choice has to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sherry, any more?
Lori Siegmund.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Yes, we
great. Thank you. I won't repeat what many of my neighbors have already articulated, and also fellow citizens of Ojai. They've been submitted via comments and as well as expressed at this meeting. Specifically, the financial, logistical, environmental, lack of transparency in the site selection process, lack of engagement with property owners and their concerns. I wholeheartedly agree with them and stand with them in their opposition to the Public Works property location. I urge the Planning Commission to give consideration to the very real unintended consequences of building Cabin Village on the City of Ojai Public Works property. If you build it, they will come. That's number one. Number two, camping, trashing, loitering in Libby Park and on the Ojai Valley Trail. Increased calls for service, crimes, and arrests in the City of Ojai. That's number three. Number four, the impact to businesses in the vicinity of Libby Park and in downtown Ojai. Number five, impact to tourism revenue for the City of Ojai. And number six, unrealistic reliance on state and federal grant money. I want to give you just a little bit of background because I feel it's pertinent to explain why I feel this way. My husband and I have owned our property on South Ventura Street for just over 12 years. We retired and moved to Ojai in 2018 after living in Santa Cruz County for 34 years. I worked for various hospitals and clinics in both Santa Cruz and Monterey counties. The first 4 years, I worked for the county hospital in Monterey County. The last 10 years, I worked for Health Services Agency for Santa Cruz County. Both agencies relied heavily on taxpayer funding, as well as local, city, state, and federal grants to keep their homeless services programs running. It's a constant struggle, I'm here to tell you. We owned and lived in a residential property within easy walking distance to downtown Santa Cruz for 4 years, just before moving to Ojai. Within 1 mile or less of our neighborhood in every direction, we had the following: a homeless shelter, permanent supportive housing, peer support housing, outpatient clinics dealing with mental health, substance abuse, and medical care. All of these facilities were sited in or near residential neighborhoods, several city parks, the San Lorenzo River Parkway, and busy commercial hubs with banks, retail shops, restaurants, and grocery stores. So Harvey West Park, Grant Park, and San Lorenzo Park, think about Libby Park. Think about the San Lorenzo River Parkway. Think the Ojai Valley Trail.
Thank you, ma'am.
I realize I ran out of time. I had just a little bit more, but thank you.
Sherry, anyone else?
We do have someone that doesn't have their name listed, so I put them up. It's called Zoom user.
Yeah, let's hear from our next Zoom user then. Yeah, give us your name and your thoughts, please.
I've asked them to unmute. We're still waiting. We'll give it a couple seconds.
Hello, is that me?
I think so.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. I'm trying to talk to you while leaving work far from our home. Thanks for having me. My name's Mick Froelich. You heard my wife speak earlier. We own the house directly adjacent to the southern fence line of the maintenance yard. sorry, I'm a little flustered here to say the least. To say the city has been acting speciously for the majority of this project would be an understatement. Even tonight, they admitted to extensively vetting these sites to the public, which I can tell you for a fact they did not. I wasn't notified in writing about the site selection process or the hearing until a neighbor told me about it. So, excuse me. Sorry. The meeting. Hello, do I have a connection? Sorry. The maintenance yard poses several environmental issues, not only for the site itself, but for the surrounding low density neighborhood. The existing grounds used to service city vehicles, store public works, materials, and to use the city manager's words, it's a junkyard. None of those descriptions sound like a location to permanently house 30 unfortunate people, most of whom which we've been notified have health conditions. In addition, the staff have told neighbors that the French drain built next to the driveway on Montgomery Street is designed to separate toxic materials from water runoff after the rains before it reaches the storm drain to the south of the maintenance yard and right out the back exit of my property. When asked if that filters 100% of those toxic chemicals, the answer I was given was, hopefully. The fine for the state of California EPA is $100,000 per day for known dumping of toxic chemicals into storm drains, a fine that I seem to feel is appropriate in this case. The public works activities are planned to continue on the property within the current confines of the work yard if this project is approved, and will border these challenged homeless folks. Is this the kind of treatment we want for the less fortunate? Living next to vehicles being serviced, heavy machinery working all day? I would encourage to say that at the very least, soil samples need to be done of the entire acreage of the public works yard to determine if this is even a safe location for people to dwell upon. Drainage issues need to be addressed. You've heard staff mention that the grading is severe. I don't think there's only one portion that's severe. I think the entire property suffers severe grade issues. Of all three of the proposed access points for the project, not a single one makes sense for a safety standpoint for any of the people that would be living in the cabin village.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Sherry, is there anyone else left?
No more hands raised.
Okay. Then we are going to close the public comment portion of this item and go to questions for staff. Who would like to start? Robert, go ahead.
All right. Test. There we go. I've got a number of questions, so I'm just going to slowly ask them. Would love answers at some point before our next meeting. First, when does the timeline for the grant end? I understand there's a time that a decision needs to be made, but there might be like some time afterwards for us to actually, spend the money.
The grant requires, you heard it from we have to spend at least 50% of that by June of 2025. If we do not, then we lose the grant for this specific use within the jurisdictional boundaries of the city of Ojai.
And can that timeline be extended?
We can always put a request in for the time to be extended, but there's no guarantee. This is being run by and managed by obviously staff here, but the ultimate authority is HCD, Housing and Community Development.
I ask because I don't think anyone here is against the idea of supporting our unhoused residents. I think it's about finding the proper site, and if this ends up not being the proper site, making sure that we still have access to that grant money will be of critical importance. It does feel like this decision is being rushed. Is there a reason why we're kind of being pushed into making a decision as a planning commission within like the next month?
Yeah, this is an interesting statement that I keep hearing every time that we put a site up for consideration, that it's being rushed and that we should be doing all of our due diligence. There's been sites that we've considered about purchasing, and then they get cold feet and then walk away from a site, and then we've spent weeks and months in preparation for this. This site is owned by the city, managed by the city. Now, it does obviously have uses which are low impact, but obviously there's been uses on there that, to be fair, it's a maintenance yard. It is. That's the reason why we're doing a phase 1. It's the reason why we're doing a soils testing. And it's the reason why we're choosing to go deeper than what we typically do or what you would typically see for a project of this nature, recognizing the use and acknowledging the fact that that use has been heavier, or at least perceived to be heavier over the past few years. Now, in terms of it being a waste treatment plant, absolutely not. Any sort of historic aerials that you look at show that it's much, much further to the east. In fact, I would argue that that waste treatment plant or the facility itself is where the tennis courts are now. So,
thanks. Can supportive housing be built? Can supportive housing be built? Can supportive housing, there we go, be built on public parcels?
Yes. Let's just unpack that for a minute, because I think there were several questions that came up, and obviously we heard from members of the community questioning that as well. From a use standpoint, and we'll dive into that more later on, because I think it's important that you see this in writing, because there's definitely a bunch of different ways in which this is addressed. It's like peeling back the layers of an onion. Zoning and land use is one piece, but there's other pieces that are afforded through state law as well. You heard members of the public speak to that, and certainly there's other pieces in which we can address there as well. I would rather put that in writing for you to see and for the community to see in terms of the understanding the argument from a land use standpoint. But yes.
That was going to be my next question. If you could help us, brief us essentially on
absolutely
how we would do that. Thank you.
And we believe it's necessary. I think it's important to note also that the staff report was more of a 20,000 foot level versus the getting into the weeds of some of this.
Mm-hmm.
This is a 2-meeting discussion. The first part of this meeting was really to hear from the public. Frustrations, support, both. We want to hear from the community. This is also a land use piece. It's the reason why this body is being asked to review this. I know there's members of the community that really want us to dive into the details of the financials. That is not for this body. I recognize that in certain circumstances, the Planning Commission has been afforded that opportunity in certain circles years ago, obviously with certain commissioners in years past. That is not the case here. We are looking for the Community Development Department, as well as the City Manager's Office, as well as the City Attorney's Office, is looking for land use considerations, recommendations on this, not financials.
I have 2 more questions for you.
Yeah, then I want to piggyback on.
There any flood risk building here?
No.
And then lastly, how long does the planning and public process generally take for housing development?
Hypothetically?
Sure.
Longer than from now to
Yeah,
June.
so if we're applying true environmental and we're going through an initial study and the full vetting through an M&D and maybe even overriding considerations through an EIR, you're looking at 6 to 9 months at the very least.
And so
if
we're
there's
looking
an EIR,
at
we're looking at 9 to 12 months.
And we are looking at a specific piece of property for the first time now as the public. And we're being asked as a planning commission to potentially make a decision on this next month. I do think that we are rushing towards a decision here before we've actually done all the proper necessary things that we would do for normal housing development.
But this is not normal housing. What we're talking about here has very specific, and I'll speak to that in writing and certainly something for which this commission to digest. What I was just speaking about was a run-of-the-mill, maybe 20% affordable housing going through and being vetted through the full environmental review process. This will not have that.
And I would love
And-
to see the exceptions to CEQA that you believe help us streamline that process and move forward.
Yeah, and I think it's important for this body to see that. That wasn't meant for this body to see it at this meeting. This meeting was meant for the community, right? It's the reason why the staff report, to a certain degree, is thin in terms of the detail.
Thank you.
I think if I could add to, we also want to hear from you what your questions are, what your concerns are, to make sure that we're writing a staff report that addresses those concerns.
Just getting started.
Yeah, this is the tip of the iceberg. So.
Thank you, Taylor. I didn't mean to discount the commission.
No, I
in
don't
this-
think
in
you
this
did, but we want to hear your questions too.
Did you want to go to Judy, or you want to kind of hop around? Okay. You want to do it?
Okay. Well, I also had a question about the CEQA effect of this, and obviously you're going to be following up on that and putting it in the next report, right?
Correct.
And I know that the help contract is not in our bailiwick, nor are the finances, I am told. But it's hard for me to extract the financial budget picture from whether or not this is a good site. I also realize that we have to hustle if 50% is actually spent by June of 25. This is high pressure. Would really be. I am not inclined to think that we should just give the $12.5 million back to the state. This is our problem, and we have to solve it. And this is an opportunity for us to do it in a rather nice fashion, using dignity moves and taking care of our own residents who are homeless. So anyway, I've got a lot more thoughts about that particular piece of property. 10 years ago, it was empty. In 2014, there was not anything on that property. It was grass, barren. So, the Public Works has parked a lot of machinery and so on the property, and I'm really glad that we're going to do the soil testing and all of the testing that you listed, just to be very sure that this is indeed a safe place to put residents. The idea of trying to keep Tent Town where it is and putting $3.5 million into this building to put showers and so forth in seems like a waste of money to me. Again, I'm having trouble separating out the finances from the land use. I'll try to be better on next month. We heard a lot tonight about security and people coming into your property. I live near downtown. I have had that same experience with mentally challenged people coming onto my property, coming through the garage and into my backyard, in fact. It happens everywhere. And I'm not sure that that's a reason to negate this site. That's all for now.
Jamie?
If I could, too, to respond to the Dignity Moves thing, we are actually in negotiations with Dignity Moves, and they do currently work with Ames. So we are trying to get a contract in place. They're working with legal team back and forth in order for that. So I'd just like to correct that impression.
Okay, also, is there what about the help contract?
The help of Ojai, yes.
Is that also being worked on?
That's what, we're working
Dignity
on that.
Moves and Help of Ojai are both.
They're separate, but yes, the city is working on putting a contract in place for services with Help of Ojai to formalize what they're currently doing.
Thank you, Taylor.
You're welcome.
Jamie, some questions?
Oh, yeah, lots. Let me just start by thanking all the thoughtful people who wrote us letters. The letters have been terrific for this site. And as much as I'd like to read this, you can't deliver this stuff to us when we sit down. Something like this we need to get before the meeting.
Yeah.
I know that a lot of work went into the document which you left for us when we arrived. I don't understand how we come up with the number 30, and this is really a question. How we come up with 30, that our town of 7,500 should provide 30 dwelling units, or not, 30 dwelling units, as doing our share. I don't believe that there's anybody in the county. I mean, that's, as I understand it, that the census count that they did in the years prior, say before COVID, of the number of people who are homeless or shelterless in town was running at about 20 before that, and I just don't know how 30 was chosen. But if 30 is chosen, and it's a selective group, it's an elderly group, it's not fitting into the drug abusing criminal model that is being discussed about the homeless. You're talking about elderly people. Well, if you're 50, I don't think you're elderly, but there are only 6 of those. In fact, I don't think you're elderly if you're 60 or and 70. It's sort of coming on, but anyway, I just think, but it is not the profile that I would have expected to hear about in a homeless community. Just based upon my observation of homeless people in this community and in Los Angeles, where I worked for quite some time. So I just wondered, where did you get the number 20, and I'm sorry, 30, and why not 40 or 50? Considering what the size as a percentage of the total population this represents, by comparison to our neighbors in Ventura. A lot of people in Ventura, if you applied that same formula, Ventura ought to be building, and the surrounding communities ought to be building. And I'm not saying we should duck our responsibilities. I think that we are an usual community and we should step up. So I don't question that. But why 20 or 30?
Excellent question. The ERF grant, when it was applied for, included 20 units plus 10 vouchers that would be used to house those individuals in motels and hotels. So that's just the ERF grant in terms of how it was applied for in December.
The 30.
That gets you to the 30.
Right.
Now, what we're talking about now is 30, just 30.
Right.
Right. I want to take a step back just for a moment with a statement you said in terms of how is there a percentage based on population? No. What really actually happens, and it's highlighted in our housing element as well, because I went back and took a look at it this morning because I was curious as to whether or not we actually had homeless counts that were identified, and there are. In 2020, there was a homeless count that was done in the city of Ojai, and that's typical right before you end up having a housing element go forward for HCD's consideration. During that time, it was 36. In previous years, it had been less, within that number that you had talked about in the 20s, yes. But the range itself is somewhere in the range of 20 to, I've seen as many as 56. Oddly enough, within a 1 year difference. When these counts are done, they're done on the same night. They have a bunch of volunteers that go out and they, they're looking under rocks and everything, right? And then they're doing the count so that you're not getting a double count, or at least you're significantly reducing that chance. And then it's done for the year. It happens every year. That's not just in Ventura County. That's not just in Ojai. That's in LA County. Every city in LA, right? Every city in San Bernardino. That's within our SCAG region. That's really the SCAG region which we're talking about here. All right. So in terms of the numbers, it's not based on population. It's based on actually physically going out and having those counts done. And that's done every year, right around the same time, pretty much in April, in the spring.
I guess the unanswered question is, why is it turning out to be a seniors village, and what do you do with all of the people who are bad actors in terms of trespass and drug abuse and things like that? If they can't stay in the village, as I'm hearing it, that they've been pushed out, are they going to Ventura, or are they just moving into the woods around Ojai so they can be in this community?
That's a great question, and I'm not sure that I have a specific answer for that. And I almost feel like, to a certain degree, that's being flushed out as we speak. And I would almost probably ask for Dignity Moves to a certain degree to answer some of that, only because I'm not seeing that directly. Instead, I'm hearing it indirectly from those individuals that have had experience and direct interaction with those situations.
I think the city manager,
or even the
have
city
an answer.
manager, yes.
Yeah, if I could just really quickly, I do want to remind us all that we are focused on land use this evening, but just to answer the question about the good neighbor agreements, which I think you heard about earlier from Ames, we're trying through the St. Francis Challenge to foster this sense of community and looking after one another. And so we have these agreements that all the participants sign in order to be a part of the community. And we desperately try to work with them when they have a violation of the agreement, because we understand that if they're exited from the community, they're just going to be out somewhere in Ojai. They're not going to Ventura. They're not, going to Fillmore. This is where they're from. And so it's better to have folks in a place where we can help them, where they have a sense of community, where we can provide support. And so that's what we really try to do. Unless there are egregious violations or there's health issues, safety issues, so forth. We have had some folks we've had to exit, but we don't try to. But again, I want to stress that we're here for land use related issues. And then if I could also touch on one other topic, and that was the number. This is also a grant to relocate an existing homeless encampment. So that was the number of the encampment at the time that we made the application. So that there is, some reason for this number that we're providing. And when you look to change your application with the state, the application has a location for this site here, Kent Hall. And here we specified 20 units with the the motel vouchers for 10 roughly. When you talk to the state about picking a different location, it has to go through them and it has to be approved by them. And they say, we're interested in doing that if you're providing more. If you're providing more or better services. So, with the public works yard location, we're able to take that number from 20 and move it up to 30, which they're very supportive of because you're helping a bigger size of the population. So thank you.
Can I just, there's a sort of overarching question about the grant and the money and where it came from. And as I understand it, there are communities all over California that are doing exactly what we're doing right now, scrambling at the last minute, because there was a grant made by the federal government to the states, and the states in turn made grants, and people are trying to figure out how to spend it. And I'm told you have to have a contract in place by December 31st in order to be eligible. That may or may not be true, but the funny thing was somebody said, well, what are you going to talk about this week? We had house guests, people from Los Angeles. What are you going to talk about at Planning Commission? I told them in general terms. about the fact that there was a grant and that we had gotten this grant. We're trying to figure out where to put the village, and we had all that stuff. And the woman who I was talking to has been the executive director of a social service agency based in Los Angeles for maybe 20 years. And they deal with elder care is their primary issue. She said everybody's scrambling right now trying to do their contract before the end of the year, and there's been a very tight time horizon. So what we're doing here is not unusual. It's not unusual in terms of a national issue, because the money ultimately came from the feds to the state, and the states to us. So it is no lack of energy on the part of the staff or the city, to my knowledge. And this is really the first time we've been involved in this. So it's not like we've been sitting on it, as our board has been sitting on it. But as I understand it, you have to get this thing signed by December 31st, or we're going to lose the money. I don't know if that's...
The contract has already been executed. I can speak to that part.
The contract's been executed.
Yeah, and the check's been delivered. So it's a matter of moving
To whom?
To the city? What do you mean?
No. I think what Jamie's talking about is the city signing a contract with someone to execute on this grant.
I understand. I thought you were talking about the grant funding. The grant funding is in. You're talking about for the project itself. Yeah, my apologies.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know that the application's been in and we got the money.
Yes.
But as I understand
I see what you're saying. My apologies.
There needs to be a contract signed with whoever's going to do it. Is that true? Have I got that wrong?
If I may, so yes, the city has received the money from the state. It's the HCD, as the director indicated, and we have signed an agreement as part of receiving that funding. Doesn't mean we couldn't return that money, but we have received it, and we have signed the agreement with the state of California. It's not federal money, it's the state of California. And so there's no deadline to do something by the end of December as part of this.
Okay. Thank you.
But there is a requirement to spend half of the money
by June.
By 8 months from now.
Yeah.
Correct.
Commissioners, I hate to be a wet blanket, but it's starting to feel like we're drifting from land use. So if we could politely correct course, it would be greatly appreciated.
Jamie, some more?
No, because the rest of my stuff is sort of in the weeds. It is land use, but it's, I think we'll have to wait until the next meeting. And one of the things I'm hearing Bryant Circle coming up all the time, and I really feel strongly that Bryant Circle was carved out as a place for industry and the generation of income for the community. And the problem is you throw competing uses in there or withdraw land from that use, and we diminish the ability to build an economy here that uses Bryant Circle's zoning to put more of the kind of things that I think a lot of the population think ought to be in town. And we the community some time ago designated Bryant Circle, and now what do we do when pot shops were something that the city had to figure out? Where are we going to put the pot shop? Well, put them on Bryant Circle. Let's put housing on Bryant Circle. Let's put, it's sort of like, this is not the way to develop a vibrant economy. We got one little parcel, Bryant Circle, and sort of say, well, let's put it there. Just as putting it next to Mesa, which is a wonderful project, but those are kids who just got out of being a foster child and are transitioning. They have none of the kinds of experiences, positive and or negative, of the general homeless community, and sort of saying, let's put all that stuff over there where we don't have to look at it. I just find that to be not a good land use model for it. It also it's on county land. It's not on our land. Yeah, I think I'll stop at that.
Okay, Commissioner Graham, you said you have a brief follow-up question?
We can go. You can start,
Okay.
and then I'll ask it.
John, you're up then.
Cool. Yeah. So let's just talk about land use stuff. Could we ask Dignity Move for some questions? Is it okay? Okay. I know you guys have been really successful in like Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara's a big town. Congratulations. San Francisco, I think you guys have had a lot of success there.
Mhm.
I think Thousand Oaks, you guys are recently doing a plan with them. I think it was San Luis Obispo was up on there. I mean, so it sounds like you guys are having great success, which is awesome. So my kind of land use question is, have you ever built one of these, well, I don't know if it's interim or if it's permanent, but a permanent supportive housing project in a neighborhood?
Yes, we have. And I'm glad to be given this chance because I didn't really get to it on my slide to talk about where we build and how we build. There's never a perfect site. There's always something wrong with it. Somebody's raising questions. Utilities too far. We've built on everywhere. I've built on toxic land. I built on yards that were former car sales mechanic shops. We put vapor barriers down. I've also built on sites in floodplains where we raised the site 3 feet. And we've built opposite hotels, opposite brand new retail centres, opposite housing. And where we've moved into housing, what we promised the neighbours, sorry, I'm a little shaky. What we promised the neighbours is if you're accepting a community like Dignity Moves, we're going to do a local preference. So we're going to throw a diameter around 500 feet or 1,000 feet of the sites, and that encampment over there and that encampment over there will promise you that those people are moved in, and then there'll be no more camping in your neighborhood. And that's readily received because then people really see the tangible benefit. And that's exactly what we've done in downtown Santa Barbara, where there was like apprehension and concern that I'm listening to today. Valid, yeah, this is new. We're not sure what to expect. But when we build, what happens is service calls go down. People breaking into homes because they haven't got anywhere safe and dry to live. They haven't got food. That all goes away because of the stability. So going back to the neighborhoods, we built plenty of neighborhoods. Alameda, Oakland is permanent housing for seniors. There's Rona Park, there's Villa del Oro, there's Cherry Avenue. These are all in residential neighborhoods in San Jose, Rona Park, Alameda, Oakland, San Francisco. In San Francisco, I'm surrounded by housing, tall housing, small housing. And what the neighbors come up to me and phoned up afterwards, it's like, wow, once you opened, the streets around the community, people living rough, those encampments disappeared almost overnight. And that's exactly what you want when you're building. I've walked through the encampment. I met some of the people this evening. We shouldn't be subjecting people to live in like tents that are super cold in winter, super hot in the summer, when we have an opportunity and a grant and a perfectly good site. It is in a residential neighborhood because we're building permanent housing, so it should be in a residential neighborhood. There's laws at the state level where you can't build shelter or housing in an industrial zone, and quite rightly, because when you're building in an established residential neighborhood, you're building housing in a residential neighborhood, you're making use of the amenities and the services that the other housing around that site takes advantage of and makes use of. So it's a good use, it's a great land use, it's a perfect site, it's within walking distance of downtown. I think it makes perfect sense and it's a great opportunity to be considered. And I know working with staff, we've looked at many other opportunities and other sites, but we do our due diligence. We do this on all our other sites. In Palo Alto, I built on a ecology site. It was the recycling yard for construction materials. And what we did was we kind of shuffled the site around. We'd done our phase 1, actually came back clear. We'd done our soils investigations to make sure that the foundations are built correctly. It's right next to the base, so we put in like the water, the vapor barrier. But it's all solvable. Like the whole of Silicon Valley is built on toxic waste.
Can I ask a follow-up question? I mean, those are all great examples.
Yeah.
And I did notice, though, when you're calling out Oakland, San Jose, Alameda, Palo Alto, those are all very big cities.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys ever built anything in a city under 10,000?
Modesto is
Modesto's
small.
a little bigger than that.
No,
That's
that's
It's
bigger.
much bigger.
Like slow, like, you know, this community reminds me of downtown Santa Barbara.
That's a
and
big city.
It's a, yeah, but the neighborhood.
Well,
when,
and we're in downtown Santa Barbara. You guys are by the government center?
yeah,
Yeah.
1016 Santa Barbara Street.
Right by the courthouse. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of a neighborhood. I don't know if some. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Will you speak into the microphone so we can get
Oh,
it
sorry.
recorded?
It's on Santa Barbara Street, right there in Santa Barbara and Korea, right next to a Morgan Stanley
Mm-hmm.
site. There's housing all around it. There's a restaurant a block
Yeah.
away. I ran the site.
Yeah. Yeah.
I basically lived on that site to establish it, to make it work. And the other word that I want to bring into this that's really important in Ames is doing it in this encampment, which is accountability.
Mm-hmm.
Because once you move people into these spaces and they have a house, they have a place to be, they are accountable to that space. They are held accountable to that space. And we are held accountable to that neighborhood.
Right.
Right. So we established in those places, I was the one that goes around, talks to retail, talks to residential.
Yeah.
I build residential treatment centers, sobering centers in neighborhoods, not with Dignity Moves, but on my own in my own career. I've run diversionary programs of bringing people out of incarceration
That's awesome.
into neighborhoods, into master leased units.
No, I have a quick question. I
So it
apologize.
works. It works.
Yeah. So these neighborhoods where you guys have had success, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like these neighborhoods might have had a kind of an unhoused problem before, where there was people sleeping outside in front of houses and stuff like that. And then when you guys came in, they kind of went into that location.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a situation where you've taken a shelter or a location and you moved it into a neighborhood where there was not a problem?
No.
No.
We don't do that. You build the site where the need is.
Right.
In that grid where that is. Again, that's why the encampment and the location of
'cause
whatever
they
you
were-
build
they were
to
camped
move
right
them
out
over.
here. Yeah,
And
they
that's the
were
part of it.
back. I just know in the public works there was never any homeless folks over there.
Well, but again, they're in proximity. So we're in close enough proximity with this site to the encampment.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, and I think Robert has a quick question. Is it for Dignity Moves?
It is for Dignity
Okay.
Moves. I feel like you're the only ones who could probably answer this question, and I'd love to see it in the report, Lucas. I don't know how we get this, but maybe you can work with them. What is, like, how long does the planning process take for a typical Dignity Move supportive housing use case? Like Thousand Oaks, Santa Barbara, Oakland, all these places. It would be awesome to understand what the normal process looks like, given we are looking at an expedited process here. I'm speaking from a land use perspective. I think what you guys do, or what Dignity Moves does, is amazing.
Thank you very much. And we are in a housing crisis, and these are emergency projects. So there's plenty of guidelines and waivers to help us expedite the process. And every jurisdiction is slightly different. Like, did you enact the emergency shelter declaration? Do you, like in San Jose, they've done a whole EIR across the whole site and identified the site. So when we go in, the planning is a ministerial approval. So it's almost like a rubber stamp, and it takes a matter of it's weeks, not months. And so we're typically in the process 4 to 6 months. And so on a project like this, there's easy to, there was a question to spending down the money by June 2026. I think that's in
25.
25, thank you.
And I think that's only half.
But that's readily possible when we're working with SLO and Watsonville. that money that is, as a nonprofit developer, the check is written to Dignity Moves, and that qualifies for 50% of the money spent down, because we're all working on the project right now, and that's a possibility. So it's easy to like move the money and stay within the constraints of the grant.
So we can meet the grant requirements just by writing you a big check,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right?
No, but it's
For 6.5 million.
No.
So
like, that would need,
if
a
it's helpful,
contract. Yeah.
we have already talked about this, and we can front load spending the money, the 50% with Dignity Moves to move the housing project along. So my office and the city manager has worked through that. So that part shouldn't be a concern. The concern is having a site and getting feedback on the site and how it moves forward and what that site looks like.
Yeah, that's
at this point.
Yeah. Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Yeah.
But,
So
thank
it's a quick process. It's collaboration with city departments and staff, and I've seen it work really, really well. In Roanoke Park, it was a 6-month project. That was a permanent project. 6 months to get onto site. We built it in 4.5 months. And a lot of the costs, the upfront costs, are the deposits for the modulars.
Thank you. Awesome.
Robert?
Yeah. Oh, I had some
you're
follow-up
done?
questions
Okay.
for staff, if that's okay.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, so this kind of piggybacks on your question, and I know that we'll talk about this, but I just want to make this clear for the public too. So I know that in the state of California, I think we've got 186,000 folks that are experiencing homeless right now. So this is a big, big problem in the state of California, right? And I think according to the Ventura County Continuum of Care Alliance, I think they just came out with a report this year. There's 2,358 people that are experiencing homelessness in Ventura County. So this is a big problem for Ventura County. I think the Ojai Valley, according to the same report, again, this is the valley. So Ojai, we have to be very careful because Ojai is a city of about 4 square miles where we have approximately 7,500 people. The Ojai Valley is much larger. There's like 20,000 people in Ojai Valley. So anyway, and the reason I bring that up is that report indicated that there's about 58 folks that are experiencing homelessness in the Ojai Valley. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear as we draw up the staff report, who our audience is. Who are we serving? Are we serving the folks that are experiencing homelessness in the Ojai Valley? Or are we just focused on the folks that are experiencing homelessness in the city of Ojai? Because I think I think we need to be very careful because I feel like that is a big problem. That I don't know if our little city can address that issue. I feel like that's something that's, we have to continue to work with the county, with the state. The state, I mean, somebody brought up the example of Los Angeles. They just ran out of funds on one of their housing projects that they were trying to work on. I know that the state of California is having issues. I think they had $26 billion set aside to help with the homeless crisis, and they're running out of money. So this is a big, big problem, and I just want to be very careful that we're not biting off too much, more than we can chew, so to speak. And then back to land use, I think what we really need to look at is what are these locations? How are they designated? They're both PL zones, right? But they're surrounded by single-family residents, all of them, both of them. So I feel like we're looking at a situation where it's like I don't know how many people came up to speak, but I think it was over 25. So 17 of those folks that spoke tonight said, we don't want this new location. We don't like where this new location is going to be. 17 of those folks lived in the Persimmon Hill area, lived around the neighborhoods around where this is going, right? We had 9 people that said, yes, we want it here. Large majority of those folks lived right on South Branch, said, yes, we want to move it. They said that this is a better location. Maybe they just don't want it in their backyard. I don't know. So I think we need to be very careful of taking something and moving it into another location and creating a situation where we have, instead of a win-win strategy for a win-win for our folks that are experiencing homelessness, a win-win for the county, a win-win for the city of Ojai, a win-win for the state of California, we're building a win-lose situation where we're we're taking something that's like, hey, you know what? It's too bad that you're going to lose out over here, but that's just too bad for you. And I think that those folks that live in that neighborhood, those 17 people that spoke, I think we need to be really careful about how we approach this. But anyway, that's some of my questions. I'm sure I'll have more.
Was that in a form of a question or
Yeah,
a comment?
kinda,
I felt like it was more of a comment than it was a
what I want
question.
to see is I want to see the land zone map. I want to see what these PL zones are, and I want to see how the surrounding zones are surrounded by single family homes. And I want to know what was the intent of these public lands. What was the purpose of having these public lands? If I recall, one's an extension of Libby Park. So was it really designated for a park? And then the other one here on City Lot, it was also a park. It was supposed to be a park. So what's the historical purposes of why did we designate these as public lands? And then to that point, when we think about long-term planning for the city of Ojai, what do we want these public lands to be? Do we want them to be homeless shelters? Do we want them to be gardens? Do we want them to be parks? You know, what's the intent of these lots? Because they did have an intention when they were originally outlined.
So, what staff can do, and I think within the realm of what we're talking about here, is focus on this 1.74 acre lot.
Okay.
In terms of digging up a little bit more of the history.
That'd be great.
I think that would probably be helpful from a land use standpoint. I
Yep.
want to make sure that we're staying within the circle of the land use piece.
Yep.
And not focusing on kind of a pinball approach to other sites that we have considered that are long gone.
Right.
But isn't there, I'm sorry,
Oh,
isn't there the null decision, which is, if we don't do this, we're not going to tear the tent city down. So the null decision is we continue with the tent city, I presume.
At some point, there is going to be options. Right now, the option is this site.
Right. But the cost of mitigating, just as a question, the cost of mitigating the problems out here, which is, among other things, the roots of the trees and things like that, it's fixable. I mean, you know, you can do things that puts it up 2 feet and puts 2 steps in, and I mean, whatever. There's mitigation. There's also mitigation down in the proposed site, which is making it a flat parcel that can be easily gotten in and out of, and so on and so forth. Mitigation, I'm hearing from some people out there, is not going to be cheap down there. And so, but it's all is it against the null thing? In other words, we either do that or we're going to stay with the tent city and use the money there. I guess I don't know of either we do this or what. And if the what is, well, we just stay where we are. And then the question is, do we spend any money to improve it? Do we put permanent housing on those tent platforms or and build out $12.7 million in capital improvements will buy a whole hell of a lot. So
That's really a decision for the council.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if that day comes, that'll be a decision for the council to make.
I understand it's not a decision for us, but we need to know if we're looking at this and we're going to refer it to the council, what's the alternative? What's the null decision? What if we don't make a decision? We say, well, you know, there's too many problems. We're not going to make a recommendation.
I would really encourage the commission to treat this as any other design review permit.
Yeah, and I have a couple things that I'd like to see when we look at this again. Is look at these the egret. Oh, sorry. Looking at the access points. I think that's my biggest concern. We look about who we're trying to solve for. Most of these folks are, you know, they have disabilities, they're elderly. Does it really make sense for them to be going up and down these big hills onto a busy street that doesn't have a sidewalk? I mean, it's a little bit of a safety issue. I know South Montgomery it's a thoroughfare. People use that to get in and out of town all day long. Obviously on weekends it gets very busy. I know that there's no sidewalk there. I do see people that cross that street quite a bit that are going to the tennis lot or tennis courts up to Persimmon Hill. So there will have interaction there with the
Yeah,
neighborhood.
Brian said 1,100 feet of sidewalk to get up to the trail
1,100 feet of sidewalk.
Yes, yeah.
on
11
Montgomery.
Yep, 1,100 feet to connect to the bike trail, about 300 feet to connect to the path system in Lower Libby.
And I think it was mentioned in the staff report that we would have to potentially chop down protected trees in order to build these access points correctly.
Along South Ventura Street, more than likely, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I'd like to see how we're going to address that. Yeah, anyway, my main concern, access points, obviously the soil and the polluted land is something that we're going to look at. So I'd like to see a deeper dive into that if we can. I know we're going to have reports that come out on that later as you guys
Correct.
continue to do your analysis. So those are some of my concerns about this particular location.
To your point, Vice Chair, it's the reason why we identified the 3 access points, because we recognize that there are
some issues. Yeah.
There's some challenges there,
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
Right. And I would remind staff, I guess mildly, but also so that the public knows, a part of the history of the Planning Commission was that it took on, many years ago now, the responsibilities of a once separate architectural review board. And so there's a little bit of what do things look like and how are they built, not to get into the Building Appeals Board's swim lane, but I heard talk tonight about cob and hay bales. Is that legal under the municipal code?
Municipal code, no. You'd be looking at California Building Code, CBC.
Is that legal under the California Building Standards Code?
Yes, there's standards in which to operate. Yes.
Okay, and does the city's building standards ordinance allow for it?
Yes, as long as there's certain criteria that are followed, and obviously back up from a stamped licensed professional.
Okay. When does staff expect to have the results of these various technical studies, and what is Plan B if one of the technical studies says the land use that is proposed for this site is no longer possible?
So we're expecting those technical reports to come back in the coming weeks, in the next 2 weeks, essentially.
Next 2 weeks. Okay. Then by the next time we have a meeting on this topic, we'll at least know if there's anything that prevents us from doing this.
Correct.
From a legal point of view. Okay.
And I think that addresses the Plan B piece that you were just talking about.
Well, that potentially could say that Plan A, which is the only plan we've heard about so far,
we move forward with,
is not tenable.
Correct.
So Plan B is stay right there?
Or Plan B is, hey, you need to do this to remediate in order to address the use that's going in.
Okay. I was a little confused when I first looked at this picture with all these little white boxes, but you explained those are topography marks?
Correct.
Okay.
Each of those lines represents 1 foot.
1 foot. Okay, because it sure looks like that little road that goes down to South Montgomery is more than a foot different from the elevation at the side of Montgomery.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And so I'm wondering, and maybe this is a question for council, what are the allowable slopes under ADA for people, let's say, with wheelchairs or people with walkers? And does this site meet those, or is ADA going to eventually tell us we can't use this site, or we can't use one or more of the suggested ingress and egress points?
We want to be able to give you a detailed response so we can include that in our report for next
Okay, good. Because I've driven around the area a few times, including before the meeting tonight. It looks to me like it is a serious slope going north on Ventura Street. If the ingress-egress point were to take from the site out to Ventura Street, I'm not sure that going up that hill on Ventura Street is going to meet ADA restrictions. So let's talk about that. The other one I just mentioned, it looks to me like getting in and out of the ingress-egress point that takes you down the hill, and it's really seriously quite down the hill to get to Montgomery Street, not to mention going back up Montgomery Street to get to the trail. I'm not sure that any of that meets ADA requirements either. So I'd like to see an in-depth response to ADA requirements and any of the ingress-egress points on this. I'm not sure this exactly qualifies as land use, but if this project goes forward and the city invites, let's say, all 30 of the people that are either in the tent town or in motel vouchers right now to live at this point, we know there are others because people have been exited from this project. Does the city have any land use planning for those, let's call them bad actors or troublemakers or whatever, that are not going to participate in this project, but are in fact part of the unhoused population in the valley?
Lucas, can I help in this space? So I actually work very closely with the city manager's office and Ames on the OTT encampment. The goal for individuals that are exited from the program is to connect them to services and housing, hopefully elsewhere. We're building relationships with the county and other organizations to help facilitate those folks being exited from the program to be connected with services. In some instances, individuals have to be exited from the program due to medical conditions, which seems to be the highest occurrence as of late, rather than negative behavior. So in that case, they're put in hospice care or other types of medical care to get the attention that they need, or nursing homes that the city's unable to provide because we don't provide that level of service.
Okay, and if it is, let's say, mental health issues that lead to behavioral problems that require the city to make someone leave either that site or this site, it sounded like the plan was get them out of town. We're going to try to connect them with services elsewhere.
I don't know if that's, well, Ojai is 4 square miles, so there's only so many services in here. Usually the services are connected within Ventura County, but they're not necessarily taken out of town. I'm not sure where they go. I don't get into that far of the detail, but we do connect them for services. Most of the services are outside of Ojai.
Okay. I have a question that I think is pretty clearly zoning and land use. You speak in the staff report of a lot line adjustment. And when I first read about it, I thought it was a lot split of this parcel, because this is a separate parcel from the parcel that is the north and east sides of the Public Works yard. And there may be some other little pieces in there as well.
Right.
So what is the lot line adjustment, and what is the need for that?
Right. So one thing that has not necessarily been discussed, and it's still within the realm of land use, which is the existing use itself as a maintenance yard for Public Works. They still need area and room in which to operate on a day-to-day basis. And that's those materials being stored on site, remaining on site. They do need area, and that area we're identifying just to the north of this subject site. That will then require the line itself or a line to be drawn and then obviously some sort of barrier or fence of that sort to provide for screening and to identify the differences between the two uses. By doing that, you're not adding or subtracting lots. All you're simply doing is adding square footage or lot to the area to the east. So
okay, so this is the 020 lot, and the 080 lot
to the east
parcel is the one to the east. So you're going to cut off part of this 020 lot and merge it with the 080?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And that's completely within the realm of this body.
Okay. Would the Cabin Village parcel, and I'm just going by the little picture that's in the packet here, which looked a lot like one of those three up there, the single story, but slightly different orientation. Will that Cabin Village parcel remain PL zoned?
Yes.
Ojai Municipal Code, Table 2-6, it's 10-2.603, says caretaker or employee quarters are the only allowed residential uses in the PL zone. So if you leave this in PL zone, I don't think these people are caretakers. I don't believe that they're employees, although we did see in the staff report that at the tent town, the city is paying people up to $1,000 a month to keep the place neat and clean. So are they now city employees? And that's how we get around the PL zoning?
No.
Okay.
There'll be a more detailed response. It's more than just our zoning. It's also founded within state law as well. So we'll unpack those layers.
We need as a part of this then, if this goes forward, we need to change the zoning.
No.
You're saying no. Are we going with a similar use kind of thing?
You can expect something like that.
All right. Apparently, the California Interagency Council on Homeless, which is maybe part of HCD, I don't know, it wasn't clear, has to approve the relocation of the tent town to an alternate location. That's correct?
Yes, that would be HCD.
Does staff see any problems with obtaining that approval, and on what timeline? Because if it isn't approved, then any money that we spend on planning for a site over there is wasted. And the time that we spent, not just the money, but the time that we spent is wasted if this isn't approved. So what are the prospects for approval, and on what sort of timeline?
So I think you heard the city manager speak to conversations that that have already been had with HCD representatives, and it's specific to the site itself needs to identify either a better site or a site that's providing
more people.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
And both of those are being satisfied.
Okay.
We'll be making that fair argument.
Has a revised ERF3R grant application, you cited that in paragraph 6, page 3, has that been submitted?
No. That will not be submitted until City Council has authorized the site itself. It's the whole reason why we're going through this process right now.
Okay, so a month or 6 weeks from now, we'll have a second meeting, and sometime after that, City Council will take up the issue.
Correct.
We're at Christmas.
Correct.
And we still haven't submitted a revised application to move the site.
Correct. It's a part of this process.
Okay. You mentioned, and I'm sure entirely accurately, the proposed site is unplumbed.
Correct.
Okay. So is Tent Town.
Correct.
How is that different? Is that
unplumbed? Yes, unplumbed in terms of it being wilderness tents. Yes. services surrounding it.
Okay, the proposed
No different.
The proposed site is going to have all ensuite bathrooms.
That's the proposal.
Is that feasible right here? I don't know. It's a.
So
I'm curious.
The question before us today is getting feedback on this site that council has approved. So I would ask the commission to stay within the scope of this project that's being proposed. I know you have a lot of questions and you're trying to understand, but this is not different than any other design review or concept review that you would do for any other applicant.
Go ahead, Robert.
I have another question.
Respectfully, I totally agree with you. If we're going to only look at this proposal for this site, then it does need to be admitted that we are rushing towards this rather than, hey, we've looked at other sites and focusing on the grant itself. We're looking at this site, we need to take the time to really work through whether or not this is the right site for this proposal, given the lasting effects that it's going to have on the fabric of Ojai. So I totally agree with you. We need to focus on this site as a planning commission for this proposal, this grant money, but we also need to use, we need to spend more time on this.
And Taylor, I'll add one more thing. We need to understand context. If we're just looking at this thing, say we don't have any grant money, this is just a project where someone wants to build 30 units in this lot. That's great, but then we have to identify parking. We have to identify access, the access points. We have to identify, crosswalks. We got to look at traffic volume. We got to look at all this stuff. Some of this doesn't apply because this is a supportive housing development that doesn't necessarily need to have those parking restrictions.
Exactly.
So that's why we kind of.
But just because they don't have to have parking
Right.
doesn't mean that there shouldn't be parking. This is supposed to be for, people who are unhoused currently and potentially, want to get to the grocery store, want to get to a job that they, hopefully will have access to, and shouldn't have to just depend on walking to public transportation and taking it. So just because we can skirt the obligations of parking doesn't mean that we should.
Yeah, I think what we're doing is we're adding density to an area that hasn't had it before.
I completely understand.
We have to make
that.
sure the infrastructure is there to handle that.
I think the point that I'm trying to make is what we're asking you to do is focus on the impacts of this project rather than the hypotheticals of what other sites could do or keeping it at here at Kent Hall. It's focusing on what are the impacts of the site. The concerns that you brought up, parking, sewer, these facilities, that's what we're asking you to do. So I apologize if I wasn't clear in that, but the focus, I understand your need and want and the community's need and want to understand the project.
A lot of it's for education too, for the general public.
I understand, and staff has heard those concerns, but what's before this commission is feedback on this site and the feasibility of this site and the project that's being proposed to you so that staff can make the adjustments to allow this to move forward. To the extent that we can provide information about the program and those impacts, we're happy to do that, but I'm just asking you to focus what your review is, because it feels like this is getting unwieldy and council has made the decision that this is the site that they want to move forward, and we're asking for your expertise in whether that is feasible, what things need to be changed in order for that to happen. Okay. Right? So respectfully, you're very smart people. We want to hear your thoughts on what this site is.
Okay.
Well, respectively, you're a very smart person, but we're trying to do this in the absence of having any idea what the budget is. There's $12.7 million sitting out there, but what are the mitigation funds in there implicit in that grant that are available for that site? I don't know, and the language around that, and what's going to be used for programming, and for how long will it be before the town needs to cough up $65 per person to support the $500,000 cost of operating this, which is, and what's the $500,000? Well, it's going to be for 24-hour security.
I hear your concerns about that, and I would encourage you as individuals to express those concerns to council. For this project, though, I don't believe that this commission would ask those same questions of any other applicant that was coming before it.
Yeah, oh, we ask all these questions.
Okay. But you don't usually get that information, right?
We often do, particularly at this phase, because they're trying to convince us this is a great project and it's going to be terrific, and so they're very forthcoming. And we do ask, we do drill down beyond the sort of broadest level.
I think what Jamie's saying is, from a planning perspective, we want to make sure a project is viable going forward and it's healthy. If this was just a business, if this was, let's say someone's opening a hotel, we want to make sure this hotel is going to be around and it's successful, because we're looking out for the general prosperity of the entire town, and we're trying to plan for that appropriately. So we want to make sure
That's
we get
fair.
good projects, if that makes sense. Yeah. So when we're looking at this holistically and we want to understand how the business model is supposed to work, we want to make sure it's healthy 10 years from now. Sure, it's going to be great 2 years, fine. But 10 years, 20 years from now, how's this thing going to look? How's it going to operate? We're going to have totally different people in here running this thing. We're going to have totally different residents. Is it still going to be as healthy as it is today?
But that's something I don't want to.
I know, those are hypotheticals. Those are hypotheticals.
Yes, yes.
But
I'm going to concede. I'd like to encourage you to get back to this discussion.
Yeah,
right?
I get it.
Like it feels like I've interrupted and gotten off topic, and it is getting quite late.
Yeah,
but,
I totally understand.
Thank you.
As far as the parking, though, I would like to see staff address how that's going to work and where that would fit on the property, and then traffic volumes that are coming in and out of this location, because I understand it will be increased density. We will have increased demand on access in this area, so we just need to make sure that we have the infrastructure to handle that.
Yeah, the ingress and egress has to be for automobiles or vehicles of some sort, because a lot of homeless people, as a transition to the cabin village, lived in vehicles. And I don't think they're going to abandon them if they move to the cabin village.
And we shouldn't
So we need to be sure that we have provided provisions for parking of I don't know how many vehicles, potentially one per unit, for all I know.
And also all the support services, because Ventura County will be or Help of Ojai will be traveling to this site to provide services on site.
And the 24-hour security cars.
I do remember in reading page 3 of the admin report, it appears that by law the city is not required to provide any parking because we're within half a mile of a transit line, not a major transit line, the way it's called out in the ADU ordinances at state, but just any. So I understand that. But we also want to be sure that we don't start cluttering adjacent neighborhoods with parked cars. It says on page 5, it appears significant security measures would be necessary to maintain a secure public works yard and maintenance facility, no matter which ingress-egress point is chosen. Is the construction of a fence or equivalent part of the project, or is that a decision to be made later?
No, fencing and security is definitely being considered hand in hand.
Okay, great. Page 7, water. It says the site would be subject to water availability to serve the project. Staff is working with the water district. Okay. I spoke with the Casitas chief engineer, nice lady named Julia Aranda. And she told me she hadn't heard from staff. But if we're talking about, and granted, these are small living units, they're not normal single-family houses, but normal single-family house water allocation from the point of view of the water district is a half-acre foot per year. And so this unit would be 15 acre-feet per year for 30 units, plus the communal laundry and cooking facilities, and maybe that all falls into the same thing. But if a project is looking for more than 10 acre-feet per year by Casitas Municipal Water District ordinance, that requires a hearing with them. It's another discretionary decision to be made. And if they say we don't have another 15, then this stops. And I'm concerned that in our anxiety to take care of people other than where they are right now, we are piling up too many TBDs and figuring somehow they're all going to fit into this timeline of spending half of the money 8 months from now. I'm very concerned, and especially if I hear from Casitas and knowing their ordinance, because I've dealt with it in another life, I'm worried that we may get a no, and all of the work, all of the effort, and all the time that we spent to put together this project may be moot. So, like to have that topic addressed in the response. The fire department, this is page 8 of your report, speaks to minimum access and turnaround requirements for fire department vehicles. Okay, at a concept level, not detailed specs, but just concept level, looking at the picture we have, what is the plan to provide that minimum access? I know from a planning commission case years ago, I think it was up on Daly Road, someone wanted to do a lot split and put 2 or 3 houses at the back end of an existing single-family residence parcel. The fire department wanted a 27-foot wide access road and a turnaround point somewhere along it. Is that all part of the plan?
So in talking with fire department, they are pleased with South Montgomery Street in terms of an access point. They do recognize that there will be a need for modifications to that access point. And
But
then
there-
in addition to that,
There is a road there now, or is that just a colored line on
no,
this
there is a road
Google
there.
Maps picture?
No, there is a road there now.
Okay.
In addition to that, they're looking for some sort of 3-point turn. Typically, that ends up being
Right,
something
yeah,
called a hammerhead.
a J-turn of some sort
Exactly.
somewhere, which means that you're going to have that access a lot wider than 27 feet.
That is they had not identified 27 feet as a minimum requirement, but we're
Okay,
working
well,
with them in
alright.
terms of the width
Okay.
standard.
Ask the public to keep decorum, please.
I'm sorry?
Said we'd ask the public to keep decorum, please.
Oh, yes. What she said. On page 9 of the report, there's a list of triggers that it makes it sound like the city may be planning to charge rent on each unit in the cabin village. Or do I misunderstand the requirement that, quote, all units must receive public funding to ensure affordability? If we're talking affordability, it sounds like somebody's paying rent. And once again, I'm worried about the legality of doing what's proposed to be done here under the ordinance.
We can provide additional information in terms of how that operates, but I'm not sure that that's necessarily a land use issue, as it is more once the agreements are signed. It's similar to what's the affordable housing rate for someone renting a piece of property.
I wasn't looking for specific numbers.
Okay.
But once again, back to a previous question, if we're talking about multifamily rental housing, if that's what this really is,
Yeah,
I need to understand how that comports with the land use provisions in the code?
So from a use standpoint, this is referred to as permanent supportive housing. It's the way in which this application went forward for the ERF grant, and it's the way in which we continue to operate. When this goes back in for revisions or modifications to HCD, it will be permanent supportive housing. That doesn't have a timeline to it, and that doesn't necessarily have a minimum amount of rent that's required.
It's not just that the housing is permanent, it's the supportive aspect of it. There is an expectation that if someone moves in, they may be there for an undetermined period.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
I just had a follow-up question on the multifamily development. On page 8, under the state law provisions, the last sentence in that, it's the last sentence on that page. It says objective development standards and policies that apply to other multifamily developments within the same zone. So my question is, do we have multifamily residents in the PL zone?
We do.
We do.
So I'll highlight that.
Ooh, I'll be interested to see that one.
Yeah, that'd be an interesting one. Okay.
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 Let me see. Technical studies, this is page 9, paragraph, technical studies paragraph. It doesn't say whether this parcel or an adjacent parcel, now part of the Public Works Yard, also housed the city's wastewater treatment facility until at least 1985. That's when the district was merged with 3 others to make the current Ojai Valley Sanitary District. Are the Phase 1 ESA and Soils Report contractors aware of and researching this prior use of the project site? Now, you said the wastewater treatment facility was off to the east somewhere, like where the tennis courts are. A problem that we have is that back in the days before 1985, when this was an active treatment plant, there were many fewer pollutants that had to be tracked, monitored, and measured. And now, I know, speaking because I'm on the Sanitary District Board, there are a plethora of things that we have to look at. And if we leak any of that into the soil, we're in trouble. So I would ask that as you do your soils reports, that you coordinate with the Ojai Valley Sanitary District to find out what kinds of things are now required by state regulation and federal regulation for monitoring and measuring, and what problems, if any, would be caused by detecting other things. For example, it's not just makeup that gets flushed down the drain, it's pharmaceuticals. And what effect does pharmaceuticals in the soil, which were not contemplated before 1985, should be measured, and their effects on potential residences of the area noted. So I'm asking, when you do your soils report, look at all of this, because it's part of the current law. It wasn't in 1985.
Correct. So
it may have just been thrown overboard because it was okay to do that.
Yeah, so that's the reason why we're doing a soils report versus a geotechnical report. The soils report goes much more in depth.
Okay. Okay. Last question, I think, page 10, environmental review. How can staff conclude that the proposed construction, which will surely involve grading and other ground disturbance, would not result in any significant effects relating to air quality or water quality?
In addition,
you called out CCR 15332D. And I went back and read it because you put it in the report. But how can you conclude that this ground disturbance is not going to produce any problems before it's done. Is that going to be part of the soils report that tells us that?
Look, we're identifying exemptions that we can use. Obviously, we're going to look at additional information that we can apply to this site. Those are just two of the exemptions that we believe to be appropriate. Now, we could pile additional research and conclusions on top of that, and that's something I'll be working with the attorney on.
Once again, no offense intended. I'm wanting to make sure if we were doing a design review here, I would want to make sure that the applicant was following all the rules.
Absolutely.
And I want to make sure that the city's following all the rules. So please deal with those as you get your soils reports done.
Right. The soils report may very well give us conclusions and some conditions in which to abide by.
Either a hard no or a whole list of remediation to-dos.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
And I wanted to add on to that question. And that sentence actually says that its acquisition will not significantly affect traffic, noise, air quality, water quality, and the site has all necessary utilities available. I think we've identified that utilities might not be available, right? But it will
No,
affect.
utilities are available.
It will, okay. What about affecting traffic, noise?
Look at the way in which it's worded. Significant. Is there going to be an impact? Is it going to be significant?
I get it, but who defines significant?
The courts do. And as Mr. Fox, is that correct?
Actually, there are, excuse me, various thresholds with regard to determining significance related to traffic. So, for instance, now vehicle miles traveled is the standard for determining significance related to traffic. I find it very unlikely that this project would result in a VMT impact under the VMT thresholds that have been established in the state. So that's just one example. Noise is another one. It's not the courts that establish what noise thresholds are. Your ordinances may have noise thresholds.
City has noise standards
thresholds.
already.
So all of that's going to be analyzed as part of determining whether or not there could be either a construction noise impact or an operational noise impact.
Thank you.
So we'll do all that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any more questions for staff?
No,
I think you have enough.
Yeah, most of my other stuff was not related to land use specifically. So
yeah.
I'll table those.
What do you think? Are we okay? All right.
Can I just say one thing?
The horse is nearly dead, but we're still beating it.
I appreciate all the comments and questions. Some of these we were not able to answer here, but just know that we will work to address those.
That's all we're trying to do is get all of the, as complete a version of the truth as we can put in front of the public.
We owe it to our community.
Right.
Awesome.
Okay, then we'll move on to item 3, future agenda items.
Surprised everybody's not leaving.
This has been fascinating.
I think they've already left. Thank you.
Okay, folks, we're going to move on here. Oh, it shows objective design standards 2 weeks hence. And Topa Mountain Winery 2 weeks after that.
Yeah, so in terms of December 4th, Topa Mountain Winery most certainly will be ready by then. So you can expect that item.
Okay.
In terms of November 20th, the objective design standards, we're still working on that. I know we do have an example of a city in which we're modeling, I guess we could say.
Okay.
But I had used an example earlier. It's like peeling back the layers of an onion. as we continue to look at our code, we're finding that there are several references that we need to correct as a part of the record. So it's not just simply, hey, we have a new code section that we're going to apply. It impacts other areas within our municipal code. So we're addressing that currently.
Shades of our project from years ago, trying to clean up Title 10.
You're talking Title 10. That
Yeah.
was 4 years in the making.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have a strong sense that the objective design standards are going to be pushed to the December 4th meeting. And I think at that point, we'll have something we can bring forward and really have a thought-provoking discussion on.
Okay, so you're suggesting we move objective design standards to December 4th. And either December 4th or December 18th, from our previous discussion, is when we're going to see this thing back again.
Yes, I anticipate the 18th.
The 18th, okay. All right. And lots of other stuff pending. We'll just have to see when it all turns up.
All right. Yeah, so the items that you're seeing there that are pending, staff continues to work with these individuals to get to the applications being complete. None of these items are even close to being shelved. They're just simply providing us and getting us information before they move forward.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but just go, thanks.
You can ask the question.
Whether or not there's on the Topa Mountain Winery, there's likely to be a change of use. Am I allowed to ask that question?
Is it a change of use?
Well,
I can't answer that question. A little bit.
Is it going to involve a change of zoning?
No.
That's what I meant.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, that's as far as I can go.
Then we can make a decision on that. Without a recommend. Okay.
If you were seeing a change in zoning, you would see a zone change, general plan amendment, something along those lines, and that's not the case here.
Right.
It's
Okay.
it's working within the parameters of the existing zoning for this site, for that site. So yes.
Okay, excellent.
There we go. I can answer like that, right? Okay. We're okay there.
Yeah, we don't want to get into specifics, but just to understand what's our role going to be when we get there, I think was
land use.
And zoning.
And zoning, most certainly.
And architectural review.
Yes, and design. Thank you. It is a design review permit, and that is absolutely in findings and conditions that you're going to be seeing.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you for that. We're off of the numbered items, and we're to the director's report. Is there anything you want to add to tonight's frivolities?
No, I don't think so. I think we're good. I was wondering.
Okay. Another 2 hours.
Let's go. I could soapbox for a little bit.
Hi.
Oh, we do have a new employee.
I don't know about an employee, but maybe one day when I'm feeling better. I'd like to ask a question about somebody mentioned rent at the cabin village. Is it a possibility if somebody wanted to pay rent? Would you consider?
That is not.
That's way outside our purview.
Not for us.
It's not land use related.
Yeah, that would be the folks that are running the tent town, and I think they are they here or did they leave? I think they're right outside.
Yeah.
You go out and chat with them.
Yeah.
I would. You could
That's not a us
connect
question.
with Ames would be the best person.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's rent or no rent doesn't change.
Doesn't change location.
Doesn't change the land use per se.
But rent
I
would
still have
help.
qualms about whether the land use that's being contemplated
But rent
is
would
legal,
go towards.
Ma'am, if
Yeah,
we could
let's
connect
stop.
you with staff, I
Yeah.
think that
Thank
would be
you.
best because public comment is over. The meeting is coming to an end, but we can make sure to have someone connect with you.
to help answer your questions, I think would be the best path forward. Sherry's going to give you a card so that we can do that.
Call City Hall, talk to Sherry. She'll send you to the right person.
That's right. Sherry's the glue.
Sherry's the glue.
Sherry's the glue. That was a good.
Okay,
That was a good statement. I
Yeah,
appreciated that.
Any commission member reports?
Well, hold on. I did want to
Directors.
say
Directors.
one thing, and
Okay.
this is the reason why Sherry's the glue. She reminded me that we just brought on a new hire, and her name is Ida.
Okay.
And she comes to
Ida?
us. She actually comes to us from the retail industry,
Oh,
and
interesting.
super excited to have her a part of the team. She's been helping and learning and growing. Yeah.
Is this
But she is not,
another planning
she is
aid?
not a planner by trade, but she's a planning aid. She actually has education from the business side.
Oh.
So she's got a bachelor's in business. So
Good.
Good.
yeah,
Very cool.
it's been interesting and thought provoking to have her come on board, and we're super excited to have her.
It's always nice. It's nice to be surrounded by smart people who are smart in areas that you're not.
Yes.
100%.
I appreciate
in particular.
that. Yes.
Yeah. Great. Okay. Our city council liaison has been patiently
here.
sitting
Oh
in
my
the front row. And
Like,
thank
this
you
is
very
no
much.
problem for us.
Councilmember Rule.
I feel the audience's pain at city council meetings, I have to say. But I want to just thank you all. I don't have anything to report, but you were very gracious in hearing all of the comments. And, you know, I thank you very much for listening and the way that you listened and your care for the community. I want to
Took
say,
lots of
Brian,
notes.
wonderful to meet you. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was great. So that's it. And there we go. You know,
go.
time to walk the dog.
All
All
right.
right. So thank you all very much.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much for being here.
Appreciate the patience of all that are still here.
Yes.
And at 10:01,
Oh, is
we
that
are
all it
adjourned.
is? Oh my goodness. Okay.